right, y'all, we're about to get this party started. If you can hear me okay, in the chat, type DJ Torch. Special happy birthday shout out to Creative Solutions. Mic check 1 2. Mic check. Hey. Oh yeah, about to get this going.
And the pot calls the kettle black, calls the kettle burnt, calls her mad. Kettle reminds the pot that we both been burned on the same stove, that the parts of our bodies that are layered in soot were scorched by the same hands. Kettle tells pot that she still boils water, holds the hot breath of a white man's tongue, endures the slow simmer of a white woman's allyship, and still we make something beautiful. Pot calls the kettle wicked, and Kettle says no, but says she's so magical she burned the hand of the last man who tried to pour himself a piece of her. Says she's so black she is everything, so black she is the beginning. She is the first thing someone finds home in when they wake up in the morning. Says ain't that what it means to be black? To have the world go up in flames around you and still be sanctuary for someone, saving men who lost themselves the night before, saving men who curse our names but forget his mama is made of steel too. And now the pot has no words, but calls the kettle bitter, but loves the glass pan, the fine china, loves all the exotic shit white men put behind glass casings, loves how fragile things not made of steel can be. But this isn't about the pot or the pan. This is about the kettle, the black woman, how she pours herself across the earth, but no one bats an eye when the water disappears. We give ourselves to men who never love us, but they say we are difficult, too hard to break. How we, the kettle, praise this pot, this man for all the water he holds. How we are the only ones who do not call him monster when the water boils over, because we know this heat, this white flame, hot enough to make any of us explode. We are the first ones to make noise when the world goes up in flames, but they say the earth was saved by the man who heard her scream. Pot calls the kettle black, and Kettle says yes, but says you best remember you black too. The next time they bring a fire to your neck, they burn black bodies on the stake and the stove. Pot calls the kettle black, and Kettle says, bitch, I might be. Says, knock if you buck, then says, wipe me down. Kettle says, yes, my nigga, I be black, I be mad, and I boiled the last man down to his bones when he tried to test me. Pot calls the kettle black, and Kettle says, hell yes. But don't say my name as if you ain't ever been burnt too.
All right. Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to everybody out there. This is DJ Torch coming straight at you right here at the DJ Torch Network. I'd like to thank everybody for coming through. In the house, Madison Goldman. In the house, Gemini. In the house, Flawless. In the house, Creative Solutions. In the house, A Lady. We're about to get down to the get down right now. Right, let's see if I can bring this up. Right here. I'm about to show you a pot calling the kettle black. Right now, you see two gorgeous African-American women and two handsome Caucasian men in the photo, interracially dating. So old Obsidian, ironically Obsidian, and it's quite ironic, by the way, in the house, a heathen queen, in the house, Bridget Mouton. The quite ironic thing about this is you are going to find out what's going down right now. So Obsidian was dissing these ladies because they are positive black. They are pro-black, right? They're pro-black, but he has a problem with them dating out. Okay. Let that sink in for 1 second. The funny thing is this. What is this coon do? This is what he does.
I got canceled and I dropped out of
Let
college.
me bring him back. This is what this fool makes a hateful towards black people, in my opinion, Caucasian woman, the head of the black manosphere. She's uneducated in reference to the African American plight. She's really uneducated when it comes to relationships. She's only had, well, who knows? She might have had a bunch of situationships. But we know one thing. So he has a problem with black women interracially dating, but he has no problem with giving up all his power and the power of other black men to a Caucasian woman who doesn't even like black men. At least the Caucasian males in this photo here with these young women, gorgeous African-American black women, there's a pretty good chance that they loved or liked these women. Ebony was engaged to this gentleman here, and I'm not sure what's going on over here. I just don't know who she is, but she's gorgeous anyway. Regardless, you have to see the irony and the stupidity and the hypocrisy what's going on in the black manosphere. That's my main concern. It's not picking and choosing this and that. So we're going to keep this going, and really the goal of today's live is to prove and to debate how useless the black manosphere is for black men, more so black men than anybody else. And the fact that black men, we are choosing sex before success. And that is our core problem, is that we choose sex before success. And I don't mean like choosing sex first and then looking for success later. It's not like that. What I'm saying is that you choose sex over success. In fact, I just corrected myself, and I will probably correct the text later. You're choosing sex over success, something that other cultures don't do that much. You can never say not at all, because there's obviously somebody in a certain culture that would do the same thing. But we seem to be doing that more than we should and more than other cultures. And the proof is in the pudding in the red pill system. I'm just going to go ahead and agree with you guys that most black men think like Kevin Samuels does. I'm not going to argue with you. So I'm just going to go run with it then, right? That the majority of black men hear the sounds of Kevin Samuels' memory. I guess you do. I'm not gonna tell you how to think or whatever. So if that's the case, we are talking about a gentleman that focused on, at the tail end of his life, having a rotation of women. He bragged about it. He bragged about it. And very good point, Gemini. Yeah, these men think sex is success. So Kevin bragged about having to pay $10.99 for companionship. Something that most other cultures, and I thought how we as African American men thought would be shameful. Paying for companionship. That's weird. How we brought up this vibe of paying because, hey, I'm not going to argue with you guys again. I'm not going to argue with you. If you said Kevin Samuels is your godfather and the godfather is paying for companionship and sex, I ain't going to argue with you. But I'll tell you one thing, that doesn't sound like anything you can really floss with. I'm just saying. In the house, Siobhan. In the house, Madison Goldman. In the house, JP Nobody. In the house, Black Woman Rise. In the house, Heathen Queen. In the house, Creative Solutions. We're going to keep this going. We're going to keep it going right doggone now. But anyway, back to Obsidian before I move on. Dude is a complete hypocrite. He ran in a punch with this one. Has a problem with Black women interracially dating, right? After he promotes that Black men should do it, because it's all over the Manosphere, okay? But he himself gives all his power, what little bit he had.
I got canceled, and
all his power and what little bit he had over to an incompetent, bigoted, idiotic, stupid Caucasian woman. Really, quite honest, it's not that she's Caucasian that's the problem. The problem is she's evil and she hates us. That's the problem. So for him to have an issue with who Brandy or any other Black women is dating, but then Sambo's around with Miss Pearly, I have a problem with that. And they really, quite honestly, red pill men should too. That should look really freaking weird to you. I mean, look, and we all know she don't look good. This is what you're looking at right now is really both of them. You're looking at Photoshop at work. Let's just put it that way. So let me keep this going. Here we go.
I would not invest your time into building with a guy, particularly these last 3 generations. Men are generally soft and they're lazy and they will do anything just to have a steady girl out of them. They'll say anything to you and just about say or anything to you just to have that steady girl on the side, just so they can have steady sex, do their little PlayStation, do their little hobbies on the side. And I would not build with the guy, because this guy could just take off on you once he reaches his goals. If he truly stays dedicated to what he says he wants to do and you're building with him, you're committing yourself, you may be neglecting yourself as well. So he may just definitely take off. There's, truly no foundation in a lot of these younger guys anymore. So if you don't know his family, you don't know really any deep history of this guy, don't build a goddamn thing. Go out your own, find a man that is built already, that has a history of success. And you just hang on to his rope and go along, and you build yourself up with this man. This guy will be more of a leader for you, and you'll be able to learn a lot of stuff from him, or you can learn together. Again, 2 people should come together to complement each other, not complete each other, complement. So again, very much there's an exception to this rule would be only if you vet and you know this guy very, very well. Other than that, do not build anything with today's men.
There are plenty of men out here who will use a woman as a stepping stone. They will stay with her till they get on their feet. They will use her car, use her money, have her help them pay their way through school. And as soon as they get where they really want to be, that's when they go after their quote unquote preferences, after their dream girl, after the one who they always wanted from the start. There's a thing called the First Wives Club, and it's filled with a bunch of women who was there for him and holding him down for 20 years. And as soon as he got where he really wanted to be, when he could afford better, when he could afford the high maintenance women, that's when he goes and that's what he gets. He goes 20 years younger and starts his family all over. He's 53 years old with a 2-year-old because he's starting his family all over with his new young wife. Like, you don't benefit from building a man up. That man should already have himself together. Some men are so quick to call a woman masculine, but you're okay with her masculine energy if it's helping to build you up. Ciao.
The reason why a man will leave you after you help them build It's because, in my opinion, you are his reminder of his past failures. Did you hear what I said? You are his reminder of his past failures. He don't want to remember that he was broke. He don't want to remember that he was a bum. He don't want to remember that he had to always come to you about money. This is why you don't ever help a man build, ever. Because they will leave you for someone else that didn't have to do a single thing. And it's not her fault. And also, he would never tell her about his past failures. Why should he? Why should he? He think he made it. I mean, you're the one that helped him anyway, but he's not going to tell that. And also, they will resent you for helping them build in the end anyway, because they know deep down that was never your job.
Please
Boom.
rewind that. Please rewind that and play that again. The last lady. Listen and let it sink in.
You helped him build. It's because, in my opinion, you are his reminder of his past failures. Did you hear what I said? You are his reminder of his past failures. He don't want to remember that he was broke. He don't want to remember that he was a bum. He don't want to remember that he had to always come to you about money. This is why you don't ever help a man build, ever. Because they will leave you for someone else that didn't have to do a single thing. And it's not her fault. And also, he would never tell her about his past failures. Why should he? Why should he? He think he made it. I mean, you're the one that helped him anyway, but he's not going to tell that. And also, they will resent you for helping them build in the end anyway, because they know deep down that was never your job.
Boom. See, this is the thing, is that we men have the opportunity and the ability to make more money, or to be more accomplished, or to be more educated, or to buy a house just by planning, but just by putting in the effort. You can't just go, how should I put this? You just can't go in the streets 24/7 trying to do your thing, putting education and career on the back burner, and then all of a sudden say, you know, I think I want to start a family now, and then realize you're behind. You're behind in your payments, you're behind in your education, and you're behind in your career. You're behind. And then you still expect an 8, 9, or 10. And Kevin Samuels said, because remember now, y'all mocked average women, saying they were average at best. It's that simple. Instead of chasing a career or chasing success, you chased sex, not women. You chased sex. You chased sex because that's all. If you were chasing a woman for marriage or for a relationship or something deep, you would have attained that just by the simple numbers of interactions you've had. You were just chasing sex. You were finagling women to get sex from them.
Can I read
Then
this?
go ahead.
Can I read this comment?
Go for it.
He says, this is Tommy Gunn. It's the men being picked. Most good men adopt the philosophy of red pill because they aren't chosen, honestly. Then he says, nah, men who just stopped caring, stopped pursuing.
That's very interesting.
Very. Good women aren't easy to find. They are usually married because a good man won't let them go. And it's amazing to me that they're saying these things. And I want us to realize how what they say in one breath, and I'm not just speaking about Tommy Gunn, I'm speaking about the red pill philosophy and the manosphere. They will in one breath say that women are choosing the wrong men. They will in one breath say that women are the ones who are leaving good men. And then they will turn around and say they can't find a good woman. And because the good women are choosing the wrong men. And then say that the good women are married. And then say that they don't care what women are doing. So they offer all of these divergent ideologies and divergent excuses and divergent reasons why they can't find a good woman or why women aren't good, period. But nothing of the accountability of them fishing in the right areas for the women that they want. You don't hear that. It's always something is wrong with the woman, so we can't find what we're looking for.
Hey, everybody, check this out with your boy.
Shout out to Tommy Gunn in the house, Cindy D in the house, Strum is in the house, Siobhan is in the house, Tiff is in the house, Bridget's in the house, Black Woman Rise is in the house, JP Nobody's in the house, Madison Goldman is in the house. We're going to keep this going.
Tyrese, now we already saw you last time when you were whining about that child support saying, what do they want from me? And that dude was really not a good look. It wasn't. That was so not a good look. Now, this video, he's talking about the judge. I guess he's calling on the community. So he gives some names here about what the judge is doing. And from what I saw, people are saying that basically this video is stemming from the judge that ordered him to pay $10,000 in child support. Okay?
Shout out to Quita in the house.
And also, I think the ex-wife, the preference, is also requesting legal fees, of course. I mean, what do you expect? You pick up a preference that doesn't have a degree. They don't even have to have a job. All they have to do is, like, in my opinion, just not be black, be a black woman. And you
Let me check something out. Isn't it what wait, Tyrese? Okay. Why? Let's see. I don't know who she is. Okay. Okay, I'm going back here.
from what I can tell, most black men, and when they have some money, oh, they love to floss. They love to floss and show you what they can do, baby. And then they start doing baby until things go wrong. And all of a sudden, they realize, looks like the preference is checking them pockets. Yeah, they are.
Man, you know what's really weird is that the men in the black manosphere demonize black women, saying black women are gold diggers. But every single time you see a black man who is a star or a superstar who is getting flocked, or whatever you want to call it, by their ex-wife. And that ex-wife just every time just so happens to be at the very least a preference or somebody of a different culture. But somehow the Black manosphere will tie the negatives of this situation into with Black women, which generally Black women, when it comes to divorce, end up worse than what they came in with. 90%, 99% of the time. I'm going to leave 1% for those very, very few lucky ones. So the question I have for the Black manosphere is this. If you know you're going to get fleeced by a preference, then why do you keep holding them in high regard in reference to marriage? That is, write that down for notes. I'm not going to even give you the answer. I need you to think about that, because every time, whether it be Dr. Dre or, you know, this man right here, Tyrese, we can go on. They get, Tiger Woods, getting all of you guys, you guys go in on Black women. Tampon Daniels went in on Black women, saying that we should throw them out with the bath water, both the women and the kids. But every single time, when a Black star gets fleeced, it's by a non-Black woman. You guys need to think about that. Let me keep this going.
So he put out this video. If he doesn't have any handlers, he might want to go and get some. Listen to what he's doing. And again, the word on the internet street is that he's doing this as a reaction to the $10,000 a month he was ordered to pay in child support, as well as looks like his ex is requesting legal fees or attorney fees. Did she have a job, Tyrese? Where's the money supposed to come from? These males always learn too late. And yes, sounds like to me, they're about to hit them pockets. So check out your boy here. Oh, these men is child support get on my darn nerves.
My friend and my family, Attorney Benjamin Crump, to join me. I'm asking Ambassador Andrew Young, the ex-mayor of Atlanta, and one of my nearest beloved brothers and friends to meet Austin Martin
Wait a minute.
King III, my brother.
Wait a minute. Pause, DJ. You know what this remind me of? You remember during the last election when Paula White was praying, and she was praying for the angels from Africa and the angels from everywhere to come. This dude is calling people from every corner of the earth to come help him. Like, are you kidding me?
That's, you know. Tiff says, why don't he just call that Avengers? That's a good, why don't he just call the Avengers? That's funny. Man, this is pitiful. This is pitiful. I mean, this is something you want to handle behind the scenes. Why do we always do this? Why do we always do this?
That's what I want. And I want this man to do exactly what he's there to do on that bench, according to the law. That's all. You know what else I'm going to ask? I'm going to ask all of the other judges Anybody who can step in and help me out to do a specific review, pull up all the transcripts for every father that Judge Farmer has ever had to be on the bench for, and I want you to pull up the transcripts and really pick up and point out his conduct.
Okay, wait. Let me get this right. Okay. So he's been ordered to pay $10,000, right? For back child support, correct? So if that's the case, what's the problem? Isn't his child worth that much? I mean, I don't know how much money, let me look him up. Hold on one second. Well, let me see here. Tyrese Gibson. Worth. Net worth. Here we go. 3 million. That's not a whole lot at all. Man, for all the movies he's been in, what did he do with the money? Man. Because he's still a millionaire, right? Still got that money, right?
As y'all can imagine, see, if he did the shit to me.
Shout out to Camo in the house, Prism in the house, Madison in the house, Black Women Rise in the house, all the bastard Reloaded in the house, Siobhan's in the house, King Lucifer's in the house. We're going to keep this going. But this is very interesting because he knows, I'm sure the thing is this, I'm sure he's already spoken to another attorney and he's like, dude, that this just don't get mad. It's just the way it goes. He's lucky it's only 10,000.
Siobhan said, is he pro-black, hotep, or Egyptologist?
Oh, man. Jen J's in the house.
He's been doing to all of these other fathers of all races in that courtroom. Imagine that. So if you're a blogger, press media, Atlanta Journal, you name it, you have to fill out some documents as a press and media journalist called a Rule 22.
See, he didn't care about this shit when it wasn't affecting him. This is another problem we have. If it doesn't affect us, we don't care. We don't think ahead. If he wanted these laws, in favor of him, all he needed to do was either one, have, he should have started this. I mean, he's been in movies for at least 15 years, right? So he's had 15 years to do this shit. Or he could just basically, I don't know what he did wrong in his marriage. Somebody said he cheated or something. Let me know if you guys know what he did wrong. But you might want to work on that too. So that's funny to me. I'm going to drop the link in the chat for anybody who would like to, express their opinions verbally. But I like Tyrese. Remember, now let me make it clear, I have nothing against him as a person. I mean, I haven't really followed him that much, but it's not like I dislike him. So it's just, I don't see this problem we have about getting mad after the fact. I mean, $10,000, that's just not that much. I guess his net worth wasn't a whole lot. I thought he made at least 10 times as much as he made. I don't know what happened with his money for him to be in like what? The whole you know, all those car series and other movies he's been in, he should at least, I've seen people with the same career, regardless of race, they usually have more than 5 mil. I mean, 3 million. It's just weird. Hi, Alexander. Welcome to the stage.
How is everybody doing? Hello, everybody. How is everyone doing today?
Good.
I think that it's and I read the title. I think it's funny that, you know, black men in the manosphere talk out both sides of their mouths, because and to be honest, I used to have, you know, I watched the Fast and Furious movies as well, and I still watch it. I can't wait for the 10th one to come out. But here's the thing: when Tyrese is, you know, it's like the black manosphere wants to lift up the preferences, but when something like this happens to, you know, a black man, then all of a sudden it's like they want to go ahead and you know, stand up for the guy, and it's like they also would blame it on black women as well. And as a black man and a man of character myself, I can't see myself going ahead and siding with the black manosphere. I can't do that because they are promoting degeneracy and putting down black women, that now I'm starting to think, you know what? Maybe black men are chasing sex, or, you know, chasing sex before you know, success, because it literally makes no sense that a man would, you know, be focusing on getting women, and I mean, you know, focusing on how much women they sleep with, let alone, you know, it, cheat on their wives and stuff, and then expect to be respected. That is pure degeneracy on display.
Very true. Very true. Ali,
Hey,
what's your
Ali.
thoughts?
Hey, salutations, guys. How are you?
Good.
I'm sorry. I'm just listening for a minute. I'm just like kind of formulating my thoughts. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No
Let-
problem. No problem.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm looking at this and it looks, apparently he makes 100,000 a month. I mean, 100,000 a year. And his expenses are 100,000. He makes 105,000 a year and his expenses are 107,000 a year. So if you're only making 105,000 a year, let's say this is, you know, the case, which is hard to believe for somebody who's been in so many movies. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think like he's making, you know, the big money like Will Smith is making, which is ironic because people want to call Will Smith a simp, though he's got 250 mil in the bank. But $100,000, he should be making that off of just simple endorsements and cameo appearances.
But what did we talk about? Was it yesterday or the other day about these men and the money and how it just runs through their fingers like water?
I remember that. I mean, through. I mean, man, it doesn't run. It sprints. It's sprinting through their hands. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, it's like this. When you know you're only going to be making $100,000, $105,000 a year, there are certain sacrifices you have to make. It's that simple. This is amazing. This is amazing. I mean, look at these numbers. Okay. So where did he lose his money?
The same way they all lose their money.
By all? What do you mean by all?
The men that are like this.
The men are like that. Who are the men that are like that?
The black people that lose their money from tricking, from spending on luxurious items that they can't afford just to floss in front of everybody else. Those types of black men.
Okay, that's understandable, but I mean, let me ask, DJ Torch, exactly what am I allowed to use the N word?
I'm trying to get this up into the algorithm so you understand.
Gotcha. I'm trying to figure out a decent substitute.
Nuggets, or
Okay, so
something
7.
like that.
Well, yeah. Well, there we go. So there we go. Thank you. So I mean, pretty much he's a ninja. He's a ninja, and pretty much he spends his money on ninja-ish type stuff. And then, like, I mean, people in the Manosphere, I mean, it seems like so many people have a problem with them here. But I mean, there's two sides to almost every coin. Well, to every coin, I'm sorry. So if there's two sides to every coin, I'm pretty sure there's ninjas in the Black Manosphere as well as people who can sit down and listen to a cast just like this and probably take what's needed and take what's actually feasible, logical, and makes sense, and then throw out the rest. But I mean, taking Tyrese, who I hate, by the way, I can't stand him. I mean, really, like, he makes my skin crawl. To be perfectly honest, like, I mean, I just don't really see why is it that ninjas on both sides, men and women, aren't just more so pushed away in the Black community. I don't see it.
Can I ask you a question?
No, I'd rather not with you, because I saw what you did on the Disney Man's channel to that guy. Oh no. No.
I'm not. When he was stupid, it's different. He was just dumb, and he did it to himself.
Okay.
The question that I want to ask you is, do you don't care for ninjas, right? Like, you separate yourself from them, right? Like, would you like to you don't want to be, so I'll reframe the question. You don't want to be associated with ninja behavior, right?
I can't stand ninjas. They make me sick. And wow, I can't go that far because I'm on somebody else's channel. But yeah, I can't stand them. I really can't.
So I'm gonna ask you this. Why would you be a part of an organization that has ninjas in it if that's not something that you represent, right?
Well, mainly because of the fact that, once again, I could always take the good and the bad from any situation, and I could use what I use. I could throw away what I don't want or what's not necessary for me, which is the reason why I am a passport bro, and which is the reason why I was in Africa, and which is the reason why I do have an African wife, because of the fact that it is a little bit hard to find someone here in the United States of America. I mean, there's just good and bad in almost everything. I mean, I don't think you can tip that equilibrium in any way, shape, and form wherever you go, or whether you say Black Manosphere or what do you guys call yourselves? I don't know. Is there a name?
We just grown adults. That's Black people having adult conversations.
Okay, a bit condescending, but yeah. Still at the exact same time.
No, at least he's being serious. We don't have a name.
Oh no, the grown adults part. That was the part that was condescending.
Well, it was
No, I'm serious.
Really, if we're labeling these ninjas aren't grown adults, or they don't behave like grown adults.
Hey, but then now there's once again, flip side of every coin. There's ninja witches.
Okay, you said women. You said when you qualified earlier, you called women and men ninjas. So you group them together. No. You grouped the ones that weren't good together, both men and women, right?
Maybe I should have made sure I actually explained myself a bit better. There are ninjas, and then there are ninja women. They are
Okay,
two
but they're
different
both
people.
ninjas, right?
They're
I
still
mean,
both
come on.
ninjas, but they still both do something. So they do things totally different.
But
They
they
both
still,
make me
you still,
vomit
come on,
differently.
stop playing with me,
No, I'm
Ali.
being real with you. They make me vomit differently. But they
No, but you
do.
probably can tolerate one over the other because you're a man. So
I
you
can't
get what I'm
tolerate either one of them.
but you said that they make you feel different, and I completely understand what you're saying. As a woman, mammies, which is what I call them, make me completely sick to my stomach, and I can't understand why they do the things that they do. So I don't have
Amen.
to deal with ninjas, but because I'm a woman, I'm still a black woman at the end of the day. So to see other black women behave the way that they do and support degeneracy, it bothers me. So I completely understand what you're saying.
Understandable. As long as I'm conveying exactly what I'm saying correctly, and you're
No, I
getting it,
just
then that's
wanted to
fine.
ask the
Yeah.
question so I could get a better understanding of what you're saying. Because
Yeah.
me personally, if there is, we'll say passport bros, since you brought them up, right?
All right.
Or and that's what you pretty much say you're a part of that organization. For me, I wouldn't feel comfortable calling myself a passport bro because of the representation that they have. Even though I may not be none of those things, I still don't want no affiliation with that because that's not what I represent, but that's just me. So I just was asking you that question because
Yeah.
when we talked about the manosphere, you said, well, it's two sides of a coin. But to be honest with you, even with black people, because of ninja behavior, we're all put in a pot together
And we look
because
terrible.
we all look like ninjas because we accept the ninja behavior of other ninjas. That's the way that it looks like.
But see,
And
that's the
and
point when
we
you
didn't
have
put
to.
ourselves in that pot.
See, that's the point when you have to actually be able to create a Black America within, but without ninjas. That's what needs to happen, and that's what I pretty much promote, no matter what. I mean,
But you can't do that when you're also a part of an organization that do ninja stuff.
Yeah.
How
oh
can
no,
you
I can still.
do that?
Okay, so now that's like you telling me that I can't be a Christian. Like
Wait.
you're really.
Okay. Let me break something. Wait. Let me say something real quick. Okay. Ali, you've seen the buffoonery that the passport bros do. They go out there. There's one guy who's endorsing men to be promiscuous. We got videos of dudes chasing down homeless women to have sex with them. We have videos of them disrespecting decent black women. We have them calling each and every black woman in America garbage things. And then what you're saying is that you want to associate with these guys because you call yourself a passport bro. Now, passport bro, that the leaders of the passport bros, they're the ones doing the most of the buffoonery. Okay. And then we have different levels of we've seen passport bros where they are literally sending death threats to other people who don't like what they do. They literally say stuff like, "Oh, I'm gonna gut you like a fish," and so on and so forth. Do you really want to associate yourself with this, or do you want to just go on your own, your own path? What makes you want to attach yourself in any way, shape, or form to this level of buffoonery? I mean, this is like saying you want to be a Crip or a Blood or something when you're Mr. You might be Mr. Goody Two Shoes because you said you're married. And they try to, all the passport bros want to do is use you as an example so they can hide behind your reputation of being a married man to build their reputation, even though they're just a bunch of degenerates.
Yeah.
Well, now
they basically get to use you to say like, with a majority of them, it's not you. You know what I'm saying? Like they get to use you and say like, look at Ali, like he's a passport bro and he's married, which I don't understand why you're still a passport bro. If you're married, you got what you were looking for.
Let him explain because Ali was doing this.
Okay, I'm gonna go on mute.
Way before the
passport
bros
came
out.
Yeah. Thank you.
Go ahead and explain yourself, Ali.
And to answer the lady's question in the comment section, the reason why I'm not with my wife is because she died. Now, back to what I was saying, as far as the entire passport bro situation is concerned, yes, there are once again flip sides to this coin. When I went over to Kenya, I went with the intention of finding a wife. Not only did I go over there find a wife, but I mean, heck, I have plenty of videos on my channel even now to this day where I ended up employing people during the coronavirus. I ended up opening up a bar. I mean, I actually invested in the community.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
How long ago did you get married?
I got married back in 2020.
Okay, so that's just like right. Were you identifying yourself as a passport bro then?
No, but then when I actually understood what a passport bro was, and I saw black men trying to go and ascertain women as wives in different countries, I understood it. I understood exactly why. Now, me here, it's a little bit harder for me to deal with women here, mainly because of the fact that, well, I am just really, really just, I'm weird in every way, shape, and form. I am.
Okay,
I
wait.
know
Let's stop
that.
right there for 1 second. So I understand where you're coming from because I
Thank
feel
you.
in some ways I'm weird too, maybe upbringing, whatever. But if
Right.
that's the case, then you know that there's a possibility that women might find you weird, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
I'm okay
so
with
if
that.
that's the case, then why
Mhm.
put the onus of why put the onus on women if
I
they
didn't
don't
put
accept
anything
you?
on women. I'm not putting anything on women. I know I'm weird, and I know I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not for everyone. I mean, I am an acquired taste. That's all there is to it.
okay, I
I
understand that.
I
So
totally am. But see, now the problem, the thing behind that is that here in the United States of America, I have to be so many different things to just one woman. Like, if I really were to actually tell you what I've been through at one point in time, I would have you cry. But by the time I ended up going overseas and I went to Kenya, I found out that the only prerequisite for being a husband was to actually give a damn, to love your wife, to take care of the bills, provide, profess, and protect. And that's exactly what I did. Now, those three things I can do pretty doggone well. But when it comes to the added prerequisites here in the United States of America, I'd rather just be weird.
well, you know why that's happening, right?
Oh, do tell.
Okay, basically the quality of life is better here, so everybody
Right.
has a higher bar. You know what I
Right.
mean?
I can
I
understand
mean,
that.
basically, yeah. If you go to Kenya, if I went to Kenya right now, yes, I would probably have 10 wives if I wanted. But you see my point. The thing is
Understandable.
this: I understand that point of it. But the thing is that as far as it pertains to the passport bros, they're not getting wives because if they wanted to get wives, they would have get wives, wouldn't they?
Two sides to a coin. Now that brings me to a whole different subject. There are passport bros, and then there are ninjas with passports, and I
But hold
can't
on,
stand
Ali.
them.
No, wait.
Ali, this,
Oh Lord,
Let me jump in
Jesus.
real quick on that one. That's a good point. I want to stop right there. Aren't the passport bros the ones, the originators, the ninjas themselves?
I don't know what the original
Of the
passport
movement,
bros
yes.
were. Now I don't know what the original passport bros were. I don't know
Okay.
exactly
So,
how
so
they actually came to be. I'm sorry.
Ali, let's clean up your reputation right now. You don't
Oh,
want to be a passport bro because
I'm-
they are the ninjas, and you don't like ninjas.
So you
yeah,
would say the entire group are ninjas.
yes.
Yes.
Because I don't know, we don't know them individually. So so basically, just like you said in the beginning, like
Uh-huh.
we need to basically break off into subcultures as far as the black community, because the black community looks bad, right? And not all of us are bad. There's ninjas there, and there's not ninjas such as other people, and there's emos, there's weird, there's all kinds. But we are the only community that don't really separate our group. We kind of just when something happened with one black person, even if he in the wrong, the whole black community will support that one black person, and that's wrong. That's exactly what you're doing. The same thing with the passport bros, because you're willing to accept the bad and everything that comes with the passport bros because you can see a little bit of good in it. So you basically, it's almost hypocritical for you to say that about the black community when you basically just broke off into another group and took the same behavior with you. You understand what I'm saying, Ali?
I do understand what you're saying, but I really do feel like I could still have my own individuality within a group. So now, technically, from what I
No,
understood from
no.
Oh,
No.
okay. So
Because the reason why is because you have to go by their actions and their primary actions. And what I mean is this, is that, okay, let's say there's 10,000 passport bros. There's probably more than that, 100,000, right?
Right.
And let's say 100 are married or want to get married, or they're very respectful to women, or they don't disrespect women in other countries, in other first world countries. That doesn't clean up the remainder of the 99% other of that 10,000 that are just being complete fools or complete ninjas.
At that point, then you're saying that you have to go and create an entire new branch of people and have a different name for it. That's just, ma'am. Hold on, ma'am. Hold on, ma'am.
Wait, Ali.
Yes, sir.
One second. You nailed it. In
Right.
fact, I'll tell you what.
That's so
being
damn
called a
annoying.
Black traveler sounds damn good to me. It has a ring to it. Black traveler. Yeah, you don't want to be a passport bro is the same as being as some ghetto gang. Fill in the blanks.
Ali, come on
think,
now.
Ali,
You said it earlier yourself. Like, I don't even understand how you're now acting like you don't understand what you said earlier. Even in the comment section, you separate yourself. So why is it that you just really are clinging on to this idea of you being a passport?
It's because of the
I was really just joking around.
I know exactly.
I really was just joking around. I mean,
It's
yeah,
because
it
he
was
found his
literally.
tribe. That's what it is. He found a group of people who have personality traits.
I really wish you stopped doing that. I really wish you stopped. That's why I didn't want to talk on here, because I know that lady.
I'm gonna go on
casket lady. No, but I mean, can't you be on there eternally for a while? At least until I get finished talking, ma'am. Jesus.
I know
it's like this is why. No,
Okay, wait. No, don't go into all that. Just go ahead.
Ali, I
and
know you
move
joke
forward.
around a lot, so I didn't know if you were serious or not.
No, that makes sense.
I know sometimes it's hard to tell if you're joking.
Oh yeah. It's totally fine.
But especially the people who don't know you.
If you don't know me, yeah. Like,
and I haven't heard from you in quite a while, and I know you joke a lot and you're funny as hell. But I'm just trying to. You got to introduce yourself to people so people can know who you are and what you're about, Ali. Because you're coming into a different group of people who don't have a clue who you are and what you do. And I want to say this before anything else is, I'm sorry for the loss of your wife.
Yeah. Oh, you know, Dad died too, right?
Oh my goodness, no.
Yeah, he died when I came back.
Wow, I am so sorry, Ali.
No, thanks. But no, I mean, I get the whole fact that there would need to be a whole an entire branch off of that community of actually decent people who are actually going overseas for the betterment of themselves, to invest in the culture where they're at, and to even marry. I totally understand that. The only reason why I was saying I don't want to do it is because I'm lazy. I don't feel like it. I don't want to be a part of it. I don't feel like starting that up. Gosh dang, we just found passport bros. Why can't we just stay there? Can't we just kick the ones that are in there out? Can't we just offer Austin Holloman up to the peso man and just be done with it?
He's not the only one.
I do need to clear something up though.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Camel is family. So just so you know,
like, how you gonna kick me out of the conversation? Like, would you rather me not ask you questions? Because if you do, I won't.
No, it's not that. It's just that the only reason why I said that is because of the fact that this whole time that I've been here, and I know I'm not family, I don't talk over anyone. That means the host or anyone else.
I never talked over you. I asked you a question, and I let you answer the question.
Okay, you know what? I think it's that thing at the bottom of the screen. I didn't know if it was you or Kittens and Caskets. I didn't know who it was that time. But no, what was your question, ma'am? I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't have no other questions. I don't have any questions. No other questions for you. I mean, you pretty much made yourself clear.
Oh,
okay. Shout out to Truth in the house, Jen J in the house, King Lucifer in the house, Siobhan's in the house, Prism's in the house. We're going to keep this going. I'm going to go to the next video. Oops, my bad. Here we go.
You know what? This just reinforced my thoughts. Please watch this and I'll be back.
Who you talking to? Who you talking to?
You don't know me, bitch.
Did you just hit me?
I will punch you in your fucking mouth. Keep talking. Learn your fucking place.
And you not
Punch you right in your fucking mouth.
outside. And you not gonna say nothing, Aaliyah?
What's wrong with you?
Oh, you better not fucking touch me no more,
Say it
you
again.
fucking bitch.
Say it again. Say it again.
Now, let me preface this by saying that I know that this video is old, and I also don't know the context of the situation in the video. But what we do know is that in this particular clip, this woman was not attacking this man, but he smacked or punched her because she told him to get out of her face. And you know what? This video isn't even what I really want to talk about, or the worst thing about all of this, or why I think that things are really bad between men and women, and it's only going to get worse. I'm going to tell y'all. Now, I saw this video on IG, and after I watched the video, I looked at the comments, and I wish I could say that I was shocked, but I wasn't. I was really disgusted and sickened. And you know what? I'm going to have the comments run on the screen, and you guys can pause to read. Now, I think the state of men and how they view women is at an all-time concerning level, and it's something that we should really be thinking about. Now, we all know that women have to be concerned with how men are thinking and how they're viewing us, because men are more violent and they can become even more aggressive and even more violent depending on how they're thinking about women. Now, look at these comments, okay? Look at this first one. Should happen more often after how they act these days. Then another dude in the same thread said,
bring it back
look at
here.
these comments, okay? Look at this.
The study showed that males were convicted of the vast majority of homicides in the United States, representing 89.5% of the total number of offenders. That's
First one should happen more often after how they act these days. Then another dude in the same thread says, you won't see white chicks acting like this. And that was mind-boggling to me, as if there aren't a million videos of them acting and doing worse. But you know what? I digress.
okay. Wait, I got to go back to this other one, because it's funny that he's saying this, right? Meanwhile, there are women of no color, or what, Caucasian, whatever you want to call them, threatening Black men with incarceration and death by police by calling 911. We call them Karens. That's amazing to hear this ninja say this. It's amazing.
And doing worse, but you know what? I digress. Then another guy says he's so brave and stunning.
In the house, Wu said it. In the house, the truth. We're going to keep it going.
Then another comment about her running her mouth and instigating the situation. No empathy at all, no care for her at all. Then a man says she deserved it 100%. You can't run your mouth and think you ain't gonna get hit. Like, is that a joke? You can't just talk about anybody you like. Now, a woman in the thread, you know, she alludes to the fact that she's armed, right? Now, this man responds to her and says, nah, stupid hoe, learn your place. And
there's, okay. As a Black man, right, you should be concerned about your reputation, because it precedes you. It's really currency in a way. You're having a good reputation. This is why those large companies, why companies spend so much on advertising and making sure their reputation's as much on point as it is perceived to be, whether it is or not. But this is the funny thing is, like, if you're supporting, as a Black man, you're supporting disrespecting women to the point of violence, how, if you don't, I mean, okay, fine, you don't like women, whatever, for whatever reason, or you don't like Black women for whatever reason, even though you're Black, weird, but let me keep going. You would think you would at least want to solidify or manage your own reputation. This stupid stuff like here that you see on the screen, it ain't helping your reputation. Why would anybody, including Black women, want to interact with you if you're going to be saying stupid shit like this? Because there's not one culture I can think here in America that says you should beat up women, especially when you're much taller, larger, and stronger. It's seen as shaming. That's a shameful thing to do. But you guys want to make it like it's okay. I'm not cool with that, because you're ruining our reputation. The black men that are holding our tempers, that are being respectful, that are trying to give a good representation of our own race, y'all messing that up totally.
And you gonna get that gun and shoot a man who works and keeps his place in society, when we would be much better losing a hoe who don't work and need taken care of. I don't even want to talk about the horrible grammar or the fact that this man has no idea who is working or who's being taken care of. See?
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Gemini, can you read King Lucifer's message?
The majority of those guys aren't productive members of society, so they have nothing to lose, which is why they don't feel the need to have discipline.
Okay, and then we got Jenny.
Whenever a black woman is being harmed, the community cheers and laughs. When it's a black king, the capes are on and excuses start flying. Even when he's the perpetrator, the community sees him as the victim.
Boom.
And I was saying in the chat, like, I was taught to pick up whatever is around and knock them the whole heck out. If his can goods around, pick up the heaviest can goods and just start rapid firing at that dude's head. Like, he would have not been able to get away with that. That's insane. And her stupid friends are just standing around. Everybody needs to be on code, especially if it's a group of women. All of y'all should have just gang piled him. It didn't even make sense that he felt that bold, that emboldened to treat her like that. And they're in a convenience store, and he had her in a corner, and so she couldn't just come out and escape. But I wouldn't have said anything else to him. He would have just been surprised by those cans coming at the back of his head.
Yeah, it's crazy to me. And the very sad part is this is not uncommon. This is not uncommon at all. In the house, Miss RV. In the house, Jenny B. In the house, Tiff. In the house, Madison Goldman. I'm going to keep it going.
Wait, you said something. You said something that quickened a response. You said what were you saying before you start the shout out?
Who, me?
Yes. Can you say something? Never mind. Go ahead.
Seeing as though the majority of women, especially black women, are actually working, right? Then another man says equal right equals equal fights. Then another man says doing what her daddy failed to do her whole life, teaching her to shut her mouth when someone is done listening. Then several comments it was several comments. What do you tell a woman with two black eyes? Nothing. She's already been told twice. I literally saw that at least 10 times. Then somebody else said, sometimes you got to give them a little smack. Then another man says that this gentleman will make a fine husband to someone someday. And you know what?
That just, something, if we were to go by all these messages on this thing, I would feel doomed, not only for the black community, but for the American community. Because these are different guys of different races.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
This is really, back in the day, back in my day, I should say, which was a long ass time ago, you were respected for protecting women non-conditionally. You were respected. There was a slight, people would say, you can't even protect your women. That used to be the diss. Now these guys are in for beating up women. Wow, times have changed. Times have changed.
If I'm not mistaken, last year was record sales for black women getting their weapons because of behavior such as this.
I can see why.
But I really want y'all to keep in mind that these are all races of men. I went to a lot of their profiles and they were white, black, Hispanic, Asian. And it was filled with disgusting comments from all races of men in general, which lets you know that we have a problem with the way men in general are viewing women and the things that they want to do to women. Now, another man said, see the attitude afterwards. She probably deserved it. Women have gotten too comfy, think they're invincible.
You know, you want to know something? I really believe that it's that this heat is more so for African American women because I don't see
Because
this
we've
kind of
been left
vitriol.
open.
I don't see this kind of vitriol in other channels. I believe what you're seeing is my theory that black men are becoming more supremacists in a way, and these guys are just other supremacists joining in
Because they know we're unprotected.
Oh,
right.
What's up, Ali? What?
Mm-mm.
Then another man says that she needed to be humbled and it was well deserved. Another equality comment. And you know what? The whole equality thing is really, really disturbing to me, because I'm not sure how women wanting to be treated as human beings and having their own bank account and being able to drive and work equals men feeling comfortable in thinking that that also means being able to beat them like men. Another man says, damn, I want to defend her, but she just kept running her mouth. Another man says, nah, keep your hands to yourself is what I usually say. But some women of today's generation really need some reality checks. Then another man says, the brave and strong and independent asking to be defended. And that really seemed racist, microaggression-y to me. But then another one says, the woman clearly lost her bearings, should have known better than to speak to a man that way. And there were really, once again, so many comments like that.
Look at Airborne Andy. I mean, this is.
So I mean, it's amazing. So what's happening is these good men that say that they're good men are not doing enough. If it's so many good men, why is this type of behavior so rapid in amongst the black demographic? I'm so sick of these men saying we're good men, we're good men, we're good men. Black women are choosing the wrong men. This woman wasn't choosing anybody, and she's being attacked by some Niglodite that has intermittent explosive personality disorder who doesn't care who he's harming, and he knows that he won't face any consequences, and they feel open and free, men of other colors, to say these things because they know they couldn't get away with this with white women at all. They wouldn't be able to do this to a white woman.
All right, here we go.
If you want a traditional woman, you got to create a traditional environment. There's so many dudes that expect a woman to go to work 40 hours a week, come home, clean up the whole house, cook a meal, take care of the kids, put the kids to bed, have porn star sex with them, and pay half of the bills. That's not realistic. Traditionally, man paid all the bills and the woman stayed home and took care of the house. So if you don't make enough money to create that type of infrastructure, then you cannot claim to want a traditional woman because you are not a traditional man. It gotta go both ways. Like, you can't have tradition when it's convenient for you to. Like, yeah, I want to go half on the, bills and all of that, but I still need you cooking, cleaning, and doing everything, you know what I'm saying, that a traditional woman is supposed to do. Meanwhile, I'm not providing like a traditional man did. That makes zero sense. But so many men in this area expect that.
You know what's funny about this? This dude right here is on the Lapeef network. He's lying to you. I mean, he's not lying as far as what you should do, because actually he makes perfect sense. But this ain't what he's about. This is. Let me pull up his pal.
I would like.
All right, y'all. Anton Day.
What's funny to me is these guys can't even actually tell you what a traditional family looks like, what a traditional man looks like, and what a traditional woman looks like. All they can do is speak from something of this ideology or this mythology essentially that they've come up with, because most of these guys aren't making enough to take care of an entire family. And in today's society,
This is what these guys are about right here.
He's making something. He's playing that Sambo role. She's more of an enemy than the white man ever has. She's more of an enemy than anybody in history has ever been to the black community, because she's the very person that comes in with deceit and looks to use you and then disperse of you when she's done with you.
Really, nigga?
And then she'll move on when it's all said and done, and then say, well, what about the kids? Fuck them kids and fuck that woman too.
Yeah, I will say.
So basically, this dude here,
if you want to,
works with or for that other dude. So whatever comes out of this guy's mouth doesn't mean anything to me, even if I agree with it. It means nothing. I bet if we dig deep, we find something even deeper on him. That's just a point I need to make real quick. Here we go. I need to bring this up real quick.
Don't know how much longer Jonathan Majors is going to be part of any Hollywood scene. It seems like every day, every hour, something else drops off of his plate, something lucrative. So here's what's going on. Majors has been dropped by his management team, which is huge, his publicist as well. And now another blow for the Creed 3 star, Jonathan Majors, amid domestic violence charges that we've been detailing for you, the allegations. More and more projects are severing ties with the actor, despite text released from his criminal defense attorney. Remember those? That showed the woman he had the altercation with seemingly taking the blame for their fight. Jonathan Majors has been dropped from a slew of projects.
Okay. So he's hot right now, right? He's hot, and I don't mean in a good way. Kind of like, the block is hot when things are going crazy. So this is the weird part right here.
Anybody wondering what's going on with Jonathan Majors? Well, him dating Megan Good was not on my radar. Let's get into this article from TMZ. Jonathan Majors is still in the throes of a tricky legal situation, but he's been able to find some time for love. TMZ has learned the actor recently started dating Megan Good. Why? Why, Megan? Why? Sources with direct knowledge tell us over the course of the last several weeks, Jonathan and Megan have gotten close, and the relationship is fairly new. What's more, a witness tells us they were at the Alamo Drafthouse in LA last weekend to see a movie, so it's not like they're hiding the fact that they're hanging out. So, he is in trouble with the law that could put him in actual jail. And this woman, this beautiful, talented woman, Black woman, decides, this is a good person to entangle with. Why? Why? Of all the actors that you have access to, why? It's unclear how serious the relationship is, but we've reached out to reps for Megan and Jonathan. So far, no word back. Of course, Majors continues to fight criminal charges in NYC, 3 counts of attempted assault as well as assault.
This is a pretty short and quick lesson here. Ladies, if a guy is hot, and I don't mean that in a positive way, if he's like, and you know it, and he's got a history of it, then that's not a good selection. That's all I have to say about that. It's not a good selection. I don't care how famous dude is. Megan is, I don't know what her angle. No, it's not about an angle. It's just, that's just bad. Let's keep this going.
Now, nigga, I'm telling you, nigga, I served time for killing a white man. It's orchestrated and documented, nigga. Then I'm telling you I'm online about I rape white hoes. Why would?
But now when you say you rape white hoes, you ain't saying it like you actually rape white hoes.
I did. Yeah, I am. I'm saying it like I gave scenarios where I done it. You must ain't seen the video.
I seen the video.
I gave scenarios where I done it.
Okay, now when you say stuff like that, bro, I be confused because I don't know if you speaking in character, right? Or if you
I've been saying this for years. How much more loud and clear do I have to say?
Wait, pause it, DJ.
that you was raping white women.
You see how much work it takes for him to believe that he's actually serious. Like I really and truly believe that a lot of black men just don't take other black men seriously about what they do, even though they do the same things. And probably part of it is he just didn't expect him to say it out loud. Like I need you to say you're joking, dude, because we are filming this. Like I'm down with what you're saying because I probably did it a couple of times myself too. I ain't never told nobody, but I need you to say you playing because we putting this out, dude.
We grew up doing it. This was a thing we did, nigga.
Are you saying like it was a thing that was going on in your hood, or is it shit that you
nigga, I'm telling you, I actively done,
Okay.
nigga. I'm telling you, I done done it.
You heard it? Okay.
I done bragging about it. How much more vicious can a nigga get with rape? Nigga, I done bragged about it.
Misbehaving in class. I've always been
Now, I played that for a reason. You're gonna see here in a minute.
class clown. That's where I honed my skills for the day.
This dude right here is having a proud grapist on his channel repeated time. This is another time. They've been on, they're pals.
And this is the stuff that the reason why, what's the saying? What goes on in this house stays in this house. That's
Right.
why it's so terrible now, because what went on in the house stayed in the house. And they essentially meant that for all black people, amongst black people. Like, you don't talk about the things that's going on. It's a secret. And that's why these hoodlums and degenerates are able to do what they're doing in mass, because it was always kept in house.
You know what's going on in your hood, or is it
No,
shit that you
nigga, I'm telling you, I actively done, nigga. I'm telling you, I done done it.
Yeah, my school life is a blur to me. I remember more times of being in the hospital, going to doctor's appointments. I don't remember school that much from elementary.
Man, I don't even know how mama had enough time to go to work and do all of this.
And then right after that, we in trouble. So right after we get through the medical procedures and everything, now I'm criminally in trouble. So I done been through all the institutions of life. That sound like the police knocking again.
Dude, it's due.
Yeah, that sound like the police knocking.
This is as pitiful as can be. I'm serious. I would not be surprised at all if they invited David Duke over for dinner. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I wouldn't. This is how far we are falling. We're inviting criminals over and making them. It's one thing to invite a criminal over and then go over with them on, well, how do black men not do what you did? That's different. But no, they're just passing that and just having a good old time. And now they want to make this full of role model. That's some amazing shit right there.
So the title is Charleston White and Brother Kev White. Uncle got streetwalkers for us to get head sent to boys' home. What? Wait, what? What does that mean?
And the funny thing is, you
No,
have to ask
DJ,
yourself
what does
this.
it mean?
I have no clue. What gets me is that this so-called dude here, Tampon himself, is supposed to be trying to be a pillar of the community. What kind of pillar of the community shit is this? How is talking to a renowned rapist going to help the community? How is making him a role model going to help the community? That's some weird shit. I still got more weird shit though for you. I still got more.
Both sides are being kind of disingenuous. Okay, let's say what he's saying is too much, and then what y'all saying is too nice. So a lot of men do cater to women, to a lot of, and not purposely. The way the society is driving to cater to women. So if we're really working towards solutions, right?
When has it not been? I mean, I'm just so baffled by this. I just can't understand why these men keep saying this as if they didn't create society. If the white man didn't create the society, why are they acting like men didn't create the society? Please help me understand this. Anybody?
What is really our nature? What is it that a woman wants, and what is it that a man wants? Is marriage essentially for men, or is it for women? And I'm asking that being
it's for your family.
Even if it's for children, we can say this: whether a man is married or not, he stays with a woman. Can we? Or he tries chasing after a woman. Can we agree to that? Why the face like that? Y'all don't. Can the man answer that question? Whether you're with a woman or not?
We discussed.
Okay, watch this.
Prince says he be spreading it.
No. This is why I say this is what I mean. If we're having honest conversations, we gotta have honest conversations. Jay Prince, this is what I mean. Jay Prince may say some things sometimes it's off the wall, but he'll say a lot of truth in what he's saying, more so than a lot of people that like to appeal to what everybody thinks is nice to say, though. Everybody likes saying what's good to hear. We're not being truthful. That's what I'm saying. So
will you repeat it real quick? I'm sorry.
Most of society likes to say what's good to hear, what we like to hear. No, but it's mostly the original question is what is really our nature? What is it that
what
men?
Was marriage? Who did you say you asked?
Yes, is marriage essentially really for women, or is it to protect women, or is it for men? Is it really for men? Because men can continue his lineage without marriage. Women need.
Well, that's apparently true. They knock women up and they keep going. So the problem is, they have no clue what they're talking about, or they're not talking about it in a way that is articulated in a way that people could understand what they mean. But the funny thing is that this guy right here, he's stating no facts. He has no idea. Why is it, if a show is supposed to be so big, and I know that this particular show here only has like 10K, but they have another one that has like 100K or 200K. If you have that kind of subscribership, why don't you hire some real people, like some real therapists that actually know what they're talking about, or at least some real people who are actually more knowledgeable. This guy is just some guy. Jay Prince over here, dude, a whole mess. How many people do you need on a panel that have had a messy life to try to give you? I understand that you want to have that perspective, but it seems like all of them are like that. All of them. If I have to give homage to somebody, the ladies seem to be more logical than the men are, which again proves that Kevin Samuel's theory is wrong again, because women are more logical than men as far as I can see. Because if men were more logical, we would be focusing on building ourselves and not chasing women all the time. We would just say, this does not make sense. And then we would go ahead and go and stay in school, and then go to college, and then work on a career, and then be successful and watch the women come to us. Nope, don't want to do that. Rather try to manipulate, rather try to just like get as many women as you can. After you manipulate, it's a mess. I mean,
women need security and provisions from men to continue her legacy.
Oh my
But
God. If I hear somebody say security and provisions one more time, I'm going to
Yeah, I
disagree.
disagree with you on that.
Okay, well, hold on. Even if it's about kids, my point is this: we know men want women, without a doubt, right? And all the men on the panel, would you agree? If you could, I know Trigger Mike threw his camera off. Would you agree that most men would want multiple women if they can have multiple women?
Hell yeah,
Marcus, don't mute your mic. Don't mute your mic. Oh yeah, hold on, Jay.
I bet all men would like. I mean, I bet all men would like to just have drugs for free. I bet all men would just like to walk into a store, grab a TV, and walk out, put it on a hand truck, and then just wheel it out without paying anything for it. I bet all men would just like to just, when they get mad at their neighbor, they could just shoot them and then go back into their house and nothing happened.
Hey, Prince, hold on, because we gotta have honest. Marcus, don't do it. Marcus, you about to stay on call? Marcus. Jay Prince.
No, ask me the question. You didn't ask me.
Do men want multiple women if they can have it?
Men are not naturally polygamous. I mean,
see, the funny thing is, they're trying to make these guys speak for us. That multiple women shit, that's a lot of work. But this is perfect proof right here. This is perfect proof that men, as much BS as they want to give you, oh yeah, I'm on my mission and everything. We're not. The mission is ass. Because if it was, they wouldn't be like this. This wouldn't be common. This is, black men, we have to understand, we don't have the type of net that other cultures might have if we fall. So if you want to run around and bang women and be broke, I mean, this is America, but don't get mad when you're a bus driver and you want to attract a millionaire. When you could have built your millions and you just didn't. And you had your chance, you had your school. I know the school system, blah, 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 whatever. I understand that. I've seen it up and close. It's crummy. But still, if you are in your books, whether you be on a campus or not, you can be successful. But you traded that all in for immediate satisfaction. There's your answer right there. And you can't blame women for that. The train pulled up and you didn't get on it. The train to success pulled up, waited for its customary 2 minutes, and you watched it pull away. You can't blame women for that. So every time you get mad or frustrated because a woman doesn't like you for a myriad of reasons that they have, one being that you might not be stable. 2 is that you might not be successful. I don't know about you. I mean, this conversation goes beyond gender. I'm not getting on a boat that's sinking. Why should a woman do that? Or a boat that's leaking but the boat captain said, well, I got some tape to cover up the holes with, but it hasn't arrived yet. But it might get here in time and we might not sink. So be with me. You had your opportunity. to succeed. Women are attracted to success. You know that. But you kept looking for shortcuts, and sometimes you might have found it. But those shortcuts run out, and you know where you end up? In Red Pill City, listening to other people, listening to men who hit the wall. I mean, look at these guys. Do any of these guys look really desirable or seem desirable or have some kind of smooth vibe around them that makes them desirable? Nope. Not a one. So this is the secret, fellas. If you can control your sex drive, you should focus that energy on yourself and on your future. It's not simple. But can you do it?
I mean,
that's you go ahead me with you. Okay, I got you, Marcus. I got you, Marcus.
Men are not naturally monogamous. That's not true.
Jay Prince.
So that means we're supposed to continue to be fucking.
AP.
I would definitely want.
By all means, he wants to be smashing something.
And Trigger Mike, he's married. He wants some new coochie too.
AP,
he's
can
feeling
you
oppressed.
Hold on, Jay Prince. Do men want one woman, or do most men, if they could, want multiple women?
We prefer to bust down as much as we can.
Okay, so this is what I'm asking women as well too.
See,
women.
That's weird because I don't prefer to bust out as much as I can. That's just too much work. I mean, see, they're not talking, they're talking about it like it just, hi, hello, you want to have sex? Yeah, bust. It ain't like that. There's courting involved, there's finding, there's courting, there's impressing, and all this shit you got to do, all this work you got to do for sex, unless you just pay for it. All that energy you used up. Fellas, I want you to look back and look at all that energy you used up for just a night or a couple times or a situationship or something for sex. You could have used all of that to be more successful. Think of all those hours and hours you used, days, that if you used it learning more, educating yourself more, getting certifications, getting more education, think how much further you would have been in your life, or that you could be in your life if you're younger. But some of these old cats, it's over with. It's over with. It's done. They had all that time. And that is why the bus driver theory came up. Because see, instead, you want to be the bus driver, but you want to be able to, you want access to the cheerleaders. You want, or let's grow up. You want access to high-end women. There was nothing about Brandy about Ebony that says low end to you. Nothing. But you want access. You're a bus driver. Look, every other culture, and I'm going to keep saying this stuff, every other culture does the same thing. They date and they marry in class. You want to know something else? You want to know who else marries in class? Black men. Name me one No, you got to give me 3. Name me 3 wealthy African-American men, millionaires, at the same wealth of Ebony's that's dating a bus driver. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. There you go. There's your answer. There's your answer. But you want to get on her because she's telling the truth. So it's okay for a dude to tell the truth. But when a woman tells the truth, you got an issue with it, unless you agree with it, of course, right? Unless you agree with it. Right, red pillars? Let's just look, just gracefully take the L, fellas. You had your chance. It might have been a small chance, much smaller than other cultures, but you still had your chance. And even still, there are nice women within your range. But you know what you did? You disrespected them. You called them all sorts of names, even though you were doing the exact same thing they were doing. Well, let's go over the new red pill theory now. Here we go.
By making people more extreme. So, like, do not pretend like you should.
Let me go back. Let me go back.
Red pill. So, a couple of videos ago, we talked about the 8 quickest ways to become a high.
The 8 quickest ways on becoming a high value man. Before we get started, I need to make it clear this is coming from the godfather of the godfather, the white godfather of the black godfather. This is where the black godfather got his information from. This is the guy, Tomasi, Rollo Tomasi, or whatever. So it exposes red pill pretty thoroughly. I'm glad he came out with, maybe Rollo wanted to expose the red pill. But before I go on, I think, Gemini, we should read some of these excellent comments in the chat. What do you think? Tiff says this. Most of these guys can't even carry a conversation that isn't about sex, sports, and submission. Bars. The truth. I've always liked Ebony Williams. I've always thought she was a positive representation of black women. She always manages to elevate the conversation everywhere she goes. I could not agree more. I mean, there's some things that I probably disagree with her about, but she's definitely not hurting our culture. That's for sure. Black Women Rise says this. Jenny B, whatever. They can say whatever they want. They want to use superficial things to berate women. We can play the same game. Black women shouldn't respond to men with scores below 750. 5-5 with fire. Straight up. Straight up. Excellent conversations. Excellent thoughts. Strum says this. Deep down inside, those Manosphere guys want to do the opposite of the quickest path to becoming a high-value male. True. True. This is what we have here. The quickest path to becoming a high-value man. Do not get married. I'm reading it. Do not get married. That's from the godfather of the godfather. Exposure continues. Avoid family creation. Now, something is wrong with my glasses or something, and maybe I need to get a new prescription. I don't know. But it seems to me what I've been reading from the Black Manosphere is they talk a lot of smack about building families and stuff and marriage and traditional men and traditional women and marriage and more marriage and then marriage on top of that. Traditional men and then women being traditional, even though the men ain't traditional. But here's the Godfather telling you that don't get married and avoid family creation. Which, you know what it tells me? It tells me a lot. It tells me a lot. It tells me that this whole high value man, this whole traditional man, this whole traditional woman is a huge scam. Number 3, and this one's going to hurt, guys. Ladies, you're lucky you don't have to worry about this. Vasectomy in your 20s. So men can't even control themselves to the point where Tomasi is telling you to get a vasectomy. Wow. I mean, well, there goes your family. I mean, if that's not a traditional thing, not one of these things here are traditional. Not one through 3, they're not traditional at all. 4, lift consistently. Consistently. I guess he's talking about working out. I guess. I'm just going to skip that one because that actually isn't true. You need to do a little bit more than just lifting. Because I've seen some butterballs lift. Eliminate sedations. That's interesting. You know? I assume he's talking about drugs or alcohol. Remember who the crowd that this is going to. Remember, this is Red Pill right here. Learn game and networking. If you don't really, let's define game. Game is manipulation. I believe in networking, though. I do believe in networking. And I mean, you should learn, if game also can be softened to say, just learn how to interact with men and women. Yeah. This is not bad. Play to your strength and build wealth. Yes. 7. Finally, we got to 7. We finally got something we could chew on. Resist easing up for your focus. Whatever the heck he means by that. All right. Anyway, if anyone have any opinions on the panel.
Now this right here, I have to say, is pure degeneracy as finest from what I'm looking at on the screen. I was, and the high value man thing is, see, I equate high value man to character, and from what I'm seeing from the Black Manosphere, they do not have character. And I do not want to hear, oh, that's not true. Obsidian letter, white supremacist, on his channel. and not only that, but he was spewing, and he was spewing what always happens. And you mean to tell me I supposed to look up to a man like Obsidian? Give me a freaking break. And that's why I say that most black men today do not have character.
All right. We're going to go on to the next one. I am going to probably have a whole live on the theory of high value man. We can go on the real high value man.
Hey, DJ Torch, can I say something about this real quick?
Oh, absolutely.
So is this the guy Rollo that made this list or whatever?
I'm sorry, say again.
This list, right? Where did it come from?
Oh, Rollo Tomasi. Let me roll it up. So Rollo Tomasi, he's like the godfather. He actually, Kevin Samuels took all his information from this guy. Wait, let me move it
Okay,
forward.
so he himself is not, he's married. Like, he's been married for a long time himself. I don't, the first one he's saying is avoid relationships or creation, I guess, having children or whatever the case may be. But he's married. It's like a, like, you know how like you have like a clubhouse or something like that, and then there's these rules that the clubhouse have. I don't think that like I don't think this is something that people should take serious.
Yeah, I agree. Here's a list again. I agree. It's just amazing that he would even have put this out.
Mm-hmm.
Because maybe what he's doing is he's giving you the real meaning of red pill. And what I mean is that all that stuff that they're talking about, you know, telling women to be traditional and all that kind of stuff. I mean, why, if that was the truth, then why didn't he, I mean, if he's married, then it should be easy for him to make a more consistent list. Don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is like a midlife crisis or like what happens with these men, what's going on for him to create something like this. Because I know, what is it, Jordan Peterson also, I guess, is some type of, you know, a part of their, like, whatever, manosphere for the white side and all that. And he's also like completely, like, he goes against a lot of what they stand for. He's also married. He has children, and I just don't understand it. I don't know what this is. I look at it as like a men's way of, they were able to, I guess, how would you say it, like cope like with the issues that they have, so that they create this world of their own to basically take off a little bit of pressure to put it on by putting it on women, to make them seem like, oh, it's not really us, it's the women. But none of it makes sense to me.
All right. Gemini, what are your thoughts?
Well, I pretty much said it yesterday. I agree with Kimo. Like, they're not, the people who make these rules are not following these rules for themselves. So essentially, it's like leading people by the nose in the direction that you would want them to go. So, and then it's a system that they created themselves. So if you created this system yourself, how are you disgruntled with people who didn't create it? Women didn't create this. Men created the system.
Correct.
So why aren't you battling the other men? How is it women's fault that this system is the way that it is? I'm still trying to figure that out. Welcome to the panel. The Jackal, is that who you are?
Baby Jackal.
Baby Jackal.
I meditate the baby off of it, but yes, thank you for walking me on.
Yeah, go ahead and tell me how this is.
Before we get started, I just want to kick out a few shout outs. Black Women Rise in the house, Properly Disrespectful's in the house, The Jackal's Lairs in the house, Jenny B's in the house, Miss Nurse Fancy's in the house. Nurse Fancy, saw your message. I'm going to look into Trill a little bit more and check and see. I'm willing to always give people, you know, a chance, and willing to accept if I'm wrong, or to admit when I'm wrong, I should say. Thank you for being here. TK is in the house. Carla is in the house. Prism's in the house. Jen J's in the house. Heathen Queen's in the house. King Lucifer's in the house. Bridget's in the house. Henry Mars is in the house. Jen J's in the house. Okay, we're going to keep it going. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead and continue, Baby Jackal.
What was the question you was about to ask me?
You wrote that this is women's fault. This is mostly women's fault. So I'm wondering, I want you to qualify that, please.
I believe I heard about how about there's some of these guys out here ain't doing this, that, and the other, and I would say some of these is women's fault about how some of these guys that ain't shit is breeding like crazy, especially these thugs or pookies, or what you will call them, to be to try to be YouTube safe here without using the N-word. Because they couldn't breed without you women breeding with them.
Okay, so you're under the understanding that we produce, that this is women's fault, that this generation of degenerates are being produced. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
It's all women's fault, and it's not the fault of men for not sticking around so that their sons won't become degenerate.
But y'all pick these types of dudes.
So we chose degenerates, so men are not the leaders, right? So it's women are the leaders if we're choosing the men, because we're hitting them upside the head and dragging them in. So we're the leaders, right?
Y'all have control over sex. We have control over marriage.
Over much more than sex. If we're the ones that are producing some type of destruction to society. So evidently we have more control than that, right?
Hey, can I say something?
Wait a minute, Alexander. Just a moment. Go ahead and answer, Jackal.
You have control over sex. You have control over taking birth control.
So you have no control over wearing a condom?
Did you make the guy wear a condom?
No.
Like Future. Future has multiple baby mamas.
Wait a second, sir. So again, women are the leaders.
Have control over.
Women are leading because you have absolutely no control of your own mind and your own body. Once we agree to have sex, you no longer have control of your own mind and body, right?
I do. I can't speak about these cookies that you're breeding with.
Evidently you don't, sir, because you just said women have to make.
I don't have 15 bastard kids running.
Okay, and I don't have any kids. That's not the point. We're not talking about.
Then obviously I'm not speaking about you. Then I'm speaking about the women that's doing this. How many kids does she?
Don't move the goalpost.
How can you speak about something you don't have any experience with? Like, you're saying you don't know. You don't know what those men do because you're not those men. You're not those women. So how are you able to speak on something that you don't have any experience in it at all? And also, this is cross all of the Black community. This is not just a poor community thing, because I believe what you're considering Pookie is like someone who comes from the projects or something like that. This is not only just happening inside of the Black community.
No, I'm from the projects.
Inside of the poor community.
I'm from the projects. I wouldn't call anybody from the projects Pookies just because they're from the projects. No.
So what do you consider a Pookie?
Excuse me. I would say a degenerate that doesn't have a job, that's thugged out, have his past swagging. Those that majority of what you were put that down, buddy. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Look, I'm not used to being on the panel, so sorry. So just anybody that's thugged out, barely take care of themselves, take care of themselves.
But there's both on each side, because there are like people who wear their pants sagging and all those things that is in their children's lives and been there, and there are men who are college educated and do well for themselves that doesn't do anything for their children and has never been there for their children.
I can't associate with that,
sir. You keep bringing it back to wait. Let's
Hold
not
on,
do this.
but
Wait,
yo,
sir. Wait,
but I'm
sir.
trying to.
Wait,
But I'm,
wait. So stop bringing it back to yourself when you're making generalizations. I really don't understand why people come up to the panel and they talk in general, but when something is brought to them, then they speak as an individual. You can't speak about the broad spectrum of people and then take everything personally and want to answer on a personal level when we're talking in general. It's disingenuous. And frankly, it gets on my last nerve. And it's not the way that you debate someone. So we're not speaking about ourselves as individuals. We're speaking of the whole. So if you're not going to speak of the whole, don't make generalizations. Just talk about yourself.
You spoke about Future, right?
Hold on, I was
And
yeah.
Future,
Thank you. I was trying to give it an example. When I seen I was muted, I just let you talk so I can finally get going. There's Future. There's a guy in Philadelphia with two guys, matter of fact, that has 84 kids, and women still going after all three of these
but what
guys,
does
even
that
though
have to
they
do
can
with
barely
like I don't
take care of their children, all 84
let
of
me
their
ask you a
children.
question,
With
sir.
McCann can
So
barely spend
Future,
time with the 15 kids he already.
Sir, you made your point. Would you?
so Future,
Excuse me, I
right?
wasn't done talking.
Wait a minute. I run this, not you. If you don't want to respectfully stop when I ask you to stop, then you can pop. Camel, go ahead.
So in the case of Future, you would think Future is a very successful man. He's a multi-millionaire. He has businesses, his own record label, and he has artists, and he has all these responsibilities. The only woman that I don't even think Sierra at the time was had as much money as Future, but she was, you could say, on his level. Out of all of the women he had kids with, the rest of them had their value was not the same. So as you would think that this man would want to protect all that he has by making sure it shouldn't be, oh well, I'm just going to assume that she has is on birth control. Like, you would think that he would be smart enough to say, you know what, I have too much to lose, so I'm going to ensure that every time I'm going to strap up. Maybe she might be on birth control, she might not, but I'm gonna think all the time as if she's not on birth control because I got too much to lose. So every child that he has to kick out child support and child support and child support. He's the one that's losing more. So what do you say? What do you say about that?
Still on the women on that part.
Okay.
It's still on the women. You know, this ain't some your regular average Joe that can hide that he have these kids. This is a famous person that has multiple kids, and y'all still go after this man because you think you're going to get a lot of money
You're not
from
going
this
to do that
man.
here, sir. No, I told you before, if you're going to make generalizations, you speak in general on all terms. Now,
What
don't come up here
generalization is that?
no, sir. Don't come up here talking about y'all, because it's not y'all, because none of us are choosing a future.
I'm not talking about men in this situation. I'm talking about women, as in y'all
But
women.
that's the point, though. Like, that's the point, and that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
I'm actually giving it the benefit of the doubt.
Lower than their shoe size. Like,
yes.
Again, I said, if you're going to speak in generalizations, speak in generalizations. You said y'all. You should have said certain women or women. Don't come up here saying y'all, because when I address you and ask you a question about the general, then you want to make it specific to yourself. Are you comprehending this?
It's almost as if he's saying, like, he's not even understanding that he's saying, you don't even, like, it's you're actually looking at the women to make decisions for you. You get what I'm saying? Like, if I was in Future's place and I had all of these things to lose, I would be very careful in the woman that I decide to date. It has nothing. You keep saying it's the woman's fault. We're not even talking about on the women's behalf that have these children, because to be honest with you, they're gonna win. Like, they're winning because they're taking his money. On his, you would think that he would have more concern about himself and more self-love for himself to want to do better, because he worked so hard and he had something to lose. So that's why I asked you, what do you think about that? But you went right back to women as if you feel,
if you're
sir,
the 16.
God, I can't.
if you're the 16th person, how much money can you get
Sir,
out of
never
child support
mind.
from
No,
this
no,
person?
sir. We're not doing you today.
You
I'm
still
sorry.
not
My
getting
eyes
it.
just
I'm
cannot.
not even talking about that part. I'm talking about him. Put yourself in Future's place,
He
not
can't,
the women.
Camo.
I don't
Camo, he
care about
can't.
I don't care about the money that they get for child support and how much they get. We know that they get a substantial amount of money that the average woman is not getting, and it's his money. And that's
Camo,
what you're not understanding. You putting your life in the hands of women because why you keep saying, well, it's the woman fault. It's the woman fault. No, it's not the woman fault because you are responsible for yourself. So therefore, all of the money that's coming out of your pocket going into another woman's hands who might have just had a baby because of you, you could have avoided that by being more responsible for yourself. What is it about that you don't understand?
Nothing. He can't comprehend what you're saying on any level because they have solidified in their minds that everything sexual access is up to women. So everything that has to do with sex is the woman's under the woman's domain.
That's
They
not all
can't
men, though.
conceptual. What is it?
That's not all men, though. All men don't think that.
We're not gonna say, come on, Ali. We're not saying all men because we're
Said
talking
they.
about we already quantified. We don't have to keep saying that. We've already qualified that. I mean, everybody knows we don't speak in absolutes. There are no absolutes, so that's understood.
Okay.
But, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just about to say, like, I mean, the way I've seen it over the past is there's going to be I really don't like using that analogy, overusing it, but it's women to a degree, but for the most part, the same way we keep telling you guys that you guys got to pick your baby daddies correctly. It's the same way we have to be able to vet the woman and actually pick the baby mom. And honestly, me personally, I already know for a fact I refuse to have a child until I'm married again. That will be the only way it happens. But I mean, I do understand. I mean, there's a valid point on both sides of the argument to a degree.
Right. Until it comes into this situation here. Are men the leaders? Do we lead? Are we
Hell
the
no.
bosses?
No, we're not. No, not anymore. That's been done.
But theoretically, would you say we are?
We're supposed to be. But no, we're not. At this point, the backbone of the community is the woman.
Okay.
The black
Why
woman.
is that? Why?
Because of the same thing that you guys are kind of arguing about. You guys are picking these ninjas. And when y'all get these ninjas,
no, sir.
Hold on, ma'am. All right, so never mind. I'm gonna stop talking then. And by the way, DJ Torch, you told me not to talk
Go ahead,
over
Ali.
anybody.
Go
You know,
ahead,
I
Ali.
mean, I'm just
Go
being
ahead,
real.
Ali.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No,
No,
go on.
I'm not family, so I'm gonna sit here and
No,
be quiet.
come on, Ali.
I'm sorry.
I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, I forgot what I was about to say. I could put back up
You
on.
said the same
go
way
ahead.
we picked these ninjas. That was the last thing you said.
All right. Okay. Same way you guys picked the ninjas. We picked ninja chicks. And I really feel that is the main issue. I feel like we picked the wrong men, the wrong women. We really do. Just like Tyrese, there was no way in hell that man was supposed to be with that woman in any way, shape, or form. I don't give a damn how good he could sing. He went and overreached. He did. And he picked based on looks more so than he did personality or actually vetting the woman. That's the reason why he's sitting up here crying about the money that he's losing all damn day. I feel like he was an idiot in the way he picked. And I feel like a lot of us do that. We pick the wrong people. I'm sorry. I really feel like if some of us
there's
were to go ahead.
no reason to be sorry. I agree.
I feel like if some of you, I really feel, I don't even like the vibe thing. That vibe thing, I really think that's an issue with women too, because of the fact that I feel like this. If a man is a good man, he can provide and he wants to love you. A lot of times women have this issue with this damn vibe. Oh, I have to have this vibe. I have to have this feeling. And I'm like, yo, that vibe could come at one point in time or another. But, you know, biological clocks tick.
Even animals have that vibe though, Ali. Like, you know that, right? Like even animals, when they want to mate, they don't just, everybody just don't get to mate because they horny. It's just, they have to have a vibe. So whatever that species of animal do, we'll take the penguin. The vibe is to make sure that you bring the nicest gift and everybody gonna bring the gifts and your gift gotta be on point because she's, if you want her to choose her, correct? So we're animals at the same time. as humans. So you can't try to make us. I understand what you're saying. In a perfect world, I guess, like to almost like to be arranged of like, you know what, I don't think that he's that good looking, but I need this and he needs that, so we're just going to come together and hopefully we like each other in some point. We don't live in that time anymore. And even those people then, when times change and they could be more independent and separate, they got divorced. It never worked. It never worked.
Right. When times change, it's like pretty much when the times changed and women became more independent, that's what actually happened. And I understand it. I get the fact you would want to actually have this vibe, as you guys so eloquently put it, but at the exact same time, that's not how life really works. And that's how a bunch of women end up becoming 50 years old and they're actually decent people. It's like, I'm sorry, it's not going to get. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What you don't understand is that this is one thing that I think that y'all don't understand. Yes, I guess you could say with women having more rights and freedoms, there's a lot of things that we can do, right? And I'm pretty sure you understand that. One of the things that you don't understand is that when y'all keep talking about women ages and they 50 and alone, what y'all have yet to understand is it don't affect us the same way as it affects you. So you could take that back to the Passport Bros and the Manosphere and let them know that keep throwing out this thing of like, well, you gonna die alone with a cat. To us, it's a total different feeling than it is for you, because a lot of times we're okay with being alone and not having to deal with anybody. To have we can do exactly the same thing you do. We can pay bills. We can do all of those things. I don't really understand what this thing is.
Never said that you had a problem with that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I actually made you feel that I thought that you had a problem with it. There's too many women who say it on a daily basis. I don't mind being alone by myself. It makes me feel bad personally. Honestly, I feel bad for it. I actually don't want to see us like that. I don't.
The majority of the times when they get to a certain age, they do wish that they did hunker down, got married, and have kids instead
No,
of
they don't. No, they don't. I'm a woman.
I hear that plenty of times in their 50s and 60s.
I've never heard it.
Look,
in fact, there's women right now that's 60 and 70 years old that's telling us not to get married at all. So I don't hear that. And you're not a woman, so you don't have a person
say that. I was just about to say that. Hold on.
Hold on. Okay, let's just slow down the interaction just a little bit. Okay, go ahead.
For me?
No, Ali was speaking, and he talked over him. Go ahead and finish what you were saying.
Yeah, but no, I was just about to say that. That's the one thing I can't say. Now, as much as I want to defend brothers, one thing I can't say is this: I wouldn't dare tell. I'm not going to dare say, okay, that women are just fine with it or things like that. Like, I don't know, because of the fact that I can't carry a baby and I don't have what you have, obviously. Like, I can't say that. But what I can say is that I don't want to see somebody who's 60 years old, worked her whole daggone life, and then she's by herself. Like, at the end of the day, I wish Passport Bros didn't feel like it was a necessity. I wish the need for them didn't even exist. To be perfectly honest, I would have loved to have just stayed here in the United States and taken a wife here. I make decent money. I do okay. But honestly, that vibe, and then oh my gosh, there are women, and you have to admit it. There are some women that if the $70,000 I make a year ain't for her. It's just not enough. I had a woman that I was actually talking to who ended up telling me that was enough, and that she needed someone who made it twice my amount, and I was just like, wow. You're 372 pounds and you're telling me that I have to make more money. I'm sorry. No, I'm just saying, like, that goes back to dating within your parameters. Like dating, I'm 372 and you telling me my 70,000 ain't enough to feed your big ass?
Well, can I ask you a question? If you felt that like she was worth, right? You obviously like this woman. It was something about her that you did like, but you do know, or maybe you didn't like the fact that of her weight. If you actually valued her, why didn't you work with her to lose the weight?
Why would I work with her to lose the weight when she just denied everything Atkins and anything anti-carb? Like, oh, you got to take me as I am, or that's what stopped it. And that's that attitude that actually transpires within the black community when it comes to the female persuasion, unfortunately. As much as I
Mr.
love
Adams,
you
you
guys.
need
Do the same, but you do the same thing to women as well. Like you want women to accept all that comes with being with black men, and then you don't want to have to do the same thing in reverse. And another
Oh,
thing
that's
that
a
you do
daggone
is
lie.
that
Not me. Not me.
those same women that you talk about, the women that you know how you say you pick the wrong women.
Right.
Y'all don't never notice that all of y'all want the same women. All the women, like the ones that the guys that you think shouldn't have them have, you want those women as well. There is women that you probably should have that you don't want. All of y'all want. It's a small percentage of women that all of you want and think that you deserve to be with. So therefore, you have
Go ahead.
passport bros. So what you think is that those type of women don't want you here. So you go to another. That's the whole point of you being a passport bro.
Not true. And ma'am, the one thing I got to make sure I say. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Can I
No,
say something?
I just wanted to make a statement, right?
Wait a minute. You can't get laid. Was that Alexander?
Hey, yeah, I
Go
wanted to
ahead.
say
I
something.
mean, he's been trying to say something forever, and then you can't get laid and go. Go ahead, Alexander.
Yeah, and the thing of it is that I'm seeing entitled black men, and there is no way you can say that I'm lying, because the black men in the black manosphere think they're entitled to a certain woman when the man has bad attitudes and don't have good character. And this is why I'm seeing. And the fact that, that black men can judge and black women today, and black women can't judge them, and that's hypocritical and double standard, in my opinion. And I was here when they made fun of Sandra Bland, but if we made fun of George Floyd, then that would be wrong. You can't have it both ways. And that's what black men in the manosphere want to do. So if I was to say George Floyd should never have tried to buy anything with counterfeit money, then all of a sudden I will be seen as the bad guy. If Gemini says the same thing, she will be seen as the bad guy. But it's okay for black men to judge today's black women. You can't have it both ways. That's hypocritical at the ends of itself. That's why I say that most black men are acting entitled when they didn't have to work for nothing. And why I say most black men do not have good character at all. Now you can try to rebuff that, but it's actually the truth at the end of the day.
Thank you, Alexander. You can't get laid.
It's a
Well,
good
why she
point.
gotta be 372 pounds?
Wait a second. Let me do some housekeeping. We're not going to talk over each other. I don't like yelling, so we're not gonna. I'm just gonna put you in the back if I have to yell, because I do not like yelling. We're going to give each other time to finish our thoughts, and then we'll respond accordingly. You can't get laid. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I just wanted to say, in terms of speaking of leadership, and then I'm going to drop back down, but this is very important for Black women to understand. If you ask a Black man this specific question, do you think that men should be the leaders? If they say yes, they're lying, because they don't feel it in their heart. When you ask them that, they their heart says no. They don't feel it in their heart. They don't have any incentive to really be or feel as though they have like any motivation to be leaders. And also, why do you have to, the difference between Black men specifically and men of of other races, specifically men of non-color, when you don't have, they're not going to ask you don't have to ask them, should men be leaders? They say to themselves, I'm going to lead regardless. There's no question about it. You're not going to ask them, should you be a leader? They're going to lead whether you like it or not. That's the difference between the Black man and the white man. The white man is going to take leadership no matter what. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank
you. Go ahead, Ali.
Okay, and now keeping up with the same flow, it's the way the conversation was going. A little while ago, I remember just admitting the fact that I can't say anything about Black women and like their 50s and 60s, and whether they are happy or not being by themselves or whatever, or if they're miserable or happy. I can't do that. So by that same logic, I would think that it would be probably safer if we just didn't assume that Black men didn't know whether we're supposed to be leaders or not. I mean, it sounds fair. It sounds very
I
fair.
don't understand how you could juxtapose those two things.
Well, I mean, I am just saying, you don't know what's going through a Black man's mind. It sounded like that lady, that lady just kind of had this thought that we don't feel like we're supposed to be leaders. Like most men, any real alpha man, let me not say alpha man, any real man worth his salt, he automatically feels that he should be the leader.
But I think
Go
what
ahead,
what she was speaking to is the relinquishment of all responsibility, because we know that leaders take responsibility. So the
Right.
relinquishment of responsibility as it pertains to creating a family, creating a child, taking responsibility for choosing the right woman or being chosen by the right woman.
Mhm.
So when you relinquish those things, it does sound like Black men don't want to lead until the circumstances are prime and perfect. And
Where
I
are these
think that's
guys
what
at?
that's what she was speaking to.
Okay, good.
I agree with.
I'm like, where's those
Like I
guys?
agree with I can't get laid. I believe with the collective of Black men do not. And it's something that they're not going to talk about in front of us. But I think it's because of being under white men for so long. I think it's almost like subconscious with them, where it's that they themselves don't think that they are able to lead. I don't think so. No, yeah, I agree with her.
Wait a second. You can't get laid came back to clarify what she was saying, and then we'll go around.
Yes, please don't play mind games with these women. I don't have to know. I don't have to be a man to know how a man. I'm going by Black men's actions, and that's good enough. I mean, look. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that Black men do not want to lead. And if you're telling me, I mean, the proof is in their actions. I don't have to be a man to understand that. And that's what a lot of men keep trying to make Black women think that, oh, well, you're not a Black man. You've never been in a Black man body. Sir, I know what I'm talking about. I know Black men. I mean, I've been around them long enough. I studied them. I know how nobody doesn't even have to study you. If they're not leading, they're not taking the leadership role. They don't want to do it, especially in the United States. So am I wrong? You're sitting out here telling me that everything that I said was a lie. That's all I wanted to ask him.
Okay. Well, first off, I'm not saying everything you said was a lie, except for the fact that you're saying that I'm trying to manipulate a group of women. I actually came here as like the opposition, but I really came to actually have clarity and understanding. I didn't think I was going to be just spoken to like that. No, ma'am, hold on. Didn't that lady just say that she
Wait,
won't
you
gonna
can't
talk
get
over
laid.
people? Then she just say that. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like this is what I hate. This damn tension. It's ma'am, I understand you feel that you know what goes through Black men's
Ali,
minds.
she heard you. Just go ahead. Like, come on, you're gonna drag
I
it
was
out now.
literally I was literally going on
You
ahead.
funny. You a little funny though, a little bit. That's kind of weird because it's very rare I meet like a person that is like weird
Wait a
and
second.
funny. But I will give you that. You funny.
And who is this again?
That's Camo.
It's Camo.
Right, but see, now we just said that this wasn't going to happen.
Ali, go ahead.
We just
Please,
said
everybody,
Ali, what you about to do? You going? What you about to do?
It was a rule.
It
was a rule. All I'm saying is that there was a rule that the lady said, and I tried to follow it. Now I'm just saying. Now y'all know y'all outnumber me.
Please go ahead, Ali. Please
okay,
go
so
ahead.
what, ma'am, can I move at the pace that I feel that I want to move at? I am
Ali,
not
if you
gonna
gonna
push
hurry
you.
up, I'm gonna throw my wrench at you. Go ahead, Ali.
Please throw the wrench. Now,
Yeah,
back to
because
what
can
I
I
was
go?
saying.
Yeah.
Lord Jesus Christ, help me.
Maya, please wait. Maya, please wait. Go
It's
ahead,
like
Ali.
my brain cells are committing Japanese ritualistic suicide. Look, okay, I understand the fact that you believe that you know exactly how men think. It's not true. It's really not true. Totally get how you feel about the entire thing. But the one thing I did want to make sure I say was that please don't make it seem like I am trying to manipulate anybody. I really want understanding. This should not be happening. It shouldn't be two guys and a bunch of women, and we can't be, but we're all black and not be able to understand each other. That's my main damn point.
It's
I
actually four.
didn't
It's
say
actually 4 men. Ali.
Oh, it's 4 men? Oh, okay,
Yes.
well,
I
I'm probably
didn't.
by myself. Well, I'm the one guy.
I'm sorry, sir.
I mean, I understand
Wait,
because
wait,
it
I'm here
typically seems like it's a lot of women. But
I didn't say that I understand completely how black men think, but let me ask you the question.
No,
Do you
wait,
think
you
that
can't get
black
late.
women
No,
should?
no, ma'am. We're not gonna go back and forth. We're gonna move forward. We're not gonna go back and forth because we'll get tangled up in this one conversation and it'll be a back and forth. I want to give everybody a chance to speak.
I agree with you.
Go ahead, Maya.
Hi. First of all, how y'all doing? I missed you guys. I was on a little
Hi.
vacation.
Maya.
But Mr. Ali, I was listening before I hopped on that you were dating a woman that was 300 and semi pounds.
We ain't get to the dating part. No, she cleaned me out at that buffet. Nah, bro, no. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, but because by the sound of your breathing, no shade, it sounds like you're a little overweight yourself. And most people who are they date of their likeness. Now, I used to be, and I'm still thick to this day, but I love me some thick dudes. So it's no shame in what you like, but you trying to. And you said it wasn't. You was making, I think, 70,000. You making 70,000, which to me is good. You know, it ain't enough for me, but it's good. But I think it's crazy how men say they want to go overseas because those women are better, and they look better than what we do. But you can't afford the women that don't look better than the women over there. So that's kind of funny. Because at the end of the day, those women just want you for your money. They want you for your money to take care of the whole entire village, their whole entire village. So if I were you, my brother, I would go back to my thick sister over there because it sounds like y'all driving in the same car with the weight, you know, because I can hear it. I don't know if you stopped
Wait,
up.
wait,
now.
wait.
Now, see, that's.
Wait. Let me explain.
Ooh.
Wait, Ali, this is Gemini. Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Maya,
Mhm.
I can tell you for sure that the woman he got in Africa was comparable to a woman that he would have gotten in the US. I can tell you that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And let me make sure I say this. Hold on. I have to pray for the blood of Jesus to just wash over me. Okay, ma'am, look.
Ooh, don't call on my Lord.
Oh, that's my Lord too, and you're not going to tell me whether, when, where, or how I
Okay.
can call on him. Okay, and that's what you ain't gonna do.
Wait, we're gonna all call on Jesus and we're not gonna be contentious about it.
Now, I'm sorry that my lung problem after COVID is annoying you, ma'am. I'm sorry. I can't breathe the same that as well anymore. My bad. I'm sorry. But I'm not just this
I'm
deplorable
sorry.
looking person. Right. See, this is what I'm saying. But this is what I'm saying. I love my black woman. I do. But it's the assumptions. It's the assumptions. It's just literally, I get it. Y'all smart as hell. Y'all can go and you can go from 0 to 60 at 3.5 in the brain, but it's the assumptions. And the only reason why you have the assumptions, I can't even get mad at you. You know why? Because of the fact that we don't have these damn talks. There's no one from this other side that ever would come over here. I don't know why, because you seem like decent people until you're about to beat me up. But I mean, it just needs to be more of that. And honestly, the 372-pound person, it's because I actually care about people's hearts. It's like she was a decent person. I did like her. And 372, I'm sorry, when I kept looking at her face, I was just like, if I could get her on a low carb diet. If I could make it
Okay,
to
Ali. Okay.
Boy,
So
I'm saying, let me just say this.
What's
I just
your
want to say
pant
this.
size? What's your pant size? What's
Now, girl, why are you trying to worry
Because
about
we
what's in
had,
my
because we
pants down? Why you worry about what's in my
because
pants
we
down
had
now?
one
Look,
brother.
Trust you wear.
look,
Hold
girl.
on,
Oh
hold on.
snap!
No,
I'm trying to take.
respect.
Don't make me take my shirt off.
Take it off, big
Respect
fella.
now.
Girl,
I
shoot. I'll
understand that for
snatch this
black
shirt off so
people, the
quick. Don't play with
BMI
me.
chart does not, because we are naturally thicker. Black people are naturally
Mm-hmm.
thicker. But
Mm-hmm.
we had one brother on here saying that he was 5'11" and 240, and I looked it up, and he was obese class. He was obese class 1.
Oh Lord
So
Jesus.
Hold on,
How
there's
you obese
classes to
class one?
this?
Really?
yeah,
I didn't even know that.
yeah, because
Go
I be
ahead, girl.
checking
What?
mine. You know,
You just taught me something.
I'm over here looking back at my booty, trying to make sure I'm all right. Dang, no wonder I can't fit my
So
heart.
you might be
Shoot.
obese, but
Yeah.
you don't look obese. Because even The Rock,
Right.
compared to that BMI chart, is obese. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
So
that's the reason why that makes sense too, and that's the reason why I love a bigger woman, but they don't look their size most of the time, especially black women. Black women are the only ones who could do that. Y'all usually can go and
Okay,
be.
okay, we're going off. We're
Oh,
going
I'm
off.
sorry. I'm sorry.
So Ali,
Oh, we was having a good conversation.
I was
this is
loving
what I
that.
want to ask you. I want to ask you this real quick. You speak well of this woman, other than the fact that she was in your pockets. The thing that I don't understand is why do you think a woman? Because basically, you're basing her value off of her weight. Basically, what you're saying is that she was in your pockets, right, and told you wasn't good enough. And how dare she be 372 pounds? Like, why is that? Because clearly, for her to have this high self-esteem that she has, there must be a market for her, and men is she's able to get the men that she wants, and for them to give her the lifestyle that she feel like she deserves. Why do you because you did like her? So you was with her when you met her. You saw the same thing that all the rest of these men see. But now that you're not with her anymore, you're basing her value off of her weight. Why is that?
Oh, first off, let me make sure I say this. It wasn't really just that. It was more so. Let me make sure I say there's a difference between um what was it, self-esteem and arrogance. There's a difference between the two. Um, she hadn't been on a date, and I think she said this is my first date in 3 years, and then when she kept ordering, I kind of understood why. Now, when it came to the point that she started being like just so incredibly just arrogant and condescending and saying things like, "Oh, well, you have to make $140,000 a year." Like at that point in time, I'm like, okay, so why in the hell did you even
Wait,
allow
can
me
I
to
ask
take
him
you
a
out?
question? I wanted to know. You said this lady. You said she was from Africa, right?
Wait. You can't get laid. He was completing his thought and answering Camo's question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. So when she got to the point that she said 140,000, my issue is you sit here and you tell me I could take you out. We go out just so you could tell me after you finish eating and and destroying the plate, then you want to tell me, oh yeah, I don't make enough money for you. Like that's where it came into play. That's where the issue came into play. And no, that was here in America. By the
How
way,
much?
that was not Africa. God knows that was not Africa.
How much was she? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
The
He is
truth.
so
The
long-winded.
truth. Go ahead.
So then I could stop talking
What
then,
is
ma'am.
that?
There you go. See, that's what I'm saying. Never mind. I'm sorry.
The truth.
I
Go
wanted
ahead.
to. Hi everyone. How are you guys doing?
Hi.
Hi.
I wanted to say something real quick. I don't know where you guys are like meeting these women from, because just in my friend circle, And just
Internet.
conversations that I have with other women, like I don't see these arrogant, condescending women that saying, "Hey, this man needs to make at least $140,000 a year in order for me to be with him." Just in my everyday life, like I don't see these women, but it seems like these men have the same conversations or the same situations with these women. And I'm just gonna be transparent. I think that sometimes these men are not being truthful and honest about these situations. Like I just that's just what I think. Secondly, I think a lot of men tend to think that us women think like them. And I know you guys were talking about the whole being alone thing and dying alone. And men, for some reason, it's become so popular to weaponize that against women. But you have to understand that we are not you all. We do not think like you. Men are happier in relationships. I think that you guys as men will agree that men are happier in relationship. At least that's what the research shows, right? And the research shows that the happiest group of women are single women without children. That should tell you that we don't think the same. We don't. And for some reason, I don't think a lot of men understand that women don't have to be alone if they don't want to be alone. Women have a hard time getting men to leave them alone. Like as a woman, you could be in a relationship if you wanted to be in a relationship. The fact that a woman is not in one is because she has chosen not to be in one. Most women have a hard time getting men to leave them alone. And I don't think you guys understand that. So, we're not right. Like we're not hard pressed. Most of us have a hard time getting men to leave us alone. So, you are saying you're going to die alone, you're going to be alone. If I die alone, if I am alone, it's because I am choosing to be alone, not because I have to be alone. And you all need to understand that.
Okay. The truth. I wanted to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
No, well, actually, I wanted to know. Okay, so DJ is back on the panel, right? Hello?
Yeah, he's here. I see him.
Okay, since the other guy, he won't answer the question, I wanted to ask you, do you think that Black men feel as though they're leaders?
Yes, I do. I don't think.
So
I think they feel we feel like we're leaders, but for the most part, most Black men are not leaders, because if we were, we would be. I mean, the proof would be in the pudding. We would be leading the community.
Amen.
But
okay, that's what I wanted him to. I was just asking him, do you feel as though Black men feel, when you say you think Black men should be leaders, do they feel it in their heart when they say yes? And he was like going all around the place and trying to be.
I said it.
And so I'm asking you, like, so do you feel as though they feel it in their heart?
Okay. I believe it or not, I believe that we do, but we're not. We're being delusional. I think it's more that we're being delusional about being leaders.
I agree with that.
I think Black men are leaders. I think they lead right down the path of nothingness. And so because they
hold on, can I say something?
Wait, no, when I finish, they're leading in that direction, and they don't want to take responsibility for how they led thus far down to the rabbit hole. So they're absconding. That's leadership. Are you, sir? I'm gonna put you on mute because I don't like yelling, and I'm gonna have to yell over the background noise. They've led down this rabbit hole. They've led down this nothingness, and it's women that have had to crawl out of the hole that's been dug for us by their leadership. And so, yes, I do believe they are leaders. It's up to us not to follow the lead the path that they've taken us on.
I think that I don't think that it's a delusion. I don't at all. I don't think it's a delusion that they have. I think that we all played into this act. Basically, and that was the speaking life into him, if you were to say. So for so long, we all of us in the community, as far as women, I guess you could say, because other than that, it'll be children and men. But we all was a part of this act to, I guess, like, you know, if we spoke it into existence and we treated them like they was leaders, even though we knew that that, you know, we was being led to a path of destruction or whatever. We wanted it to be that for them for so long. And what I think what happened is that recently it kind of took a turn where is that finally, I guess, like probably after all the red pill and Manosphere stuff, where women finally started speaking out to say, like, no, we never really thought you was leaders at all. We just pretended like you was because we wanted you to feel like a man, like basically.
I've just heard so many people so many black men in the Manosphere saying that no, we don't want to be leaders. We're not leading the community, and they have expressed how they don't feel as though they're leaders. So I'm just confused right now.
They don't feel as though
Well,
they're leaders
can I
because
ask
of
a question then?
wait, and I'm gonna let you go, BJ. They don't feel like they're leaders because they don't like the way it looks. So they don't want to take responsibility for how it looks. So therefore they're saying we're not the leaders of this. This is all women's fault. Women led this whole dynamic that's going on within the black demographic. So they don't want to take responsibility for it. So they're not the leaders of it. That's all that is.
So if you don't want to take responsibility, that means you don't feel it in your heart to lead, because like
that's
I
not
said,
the same thing. That's not the same thing. What you're talking about a emotional stance as far as leadership, as opposed to there's a real constructive dynamic of leadership, whether it's good or bad. There is a structure of leadership, whether you're talking about an emotional feeling of leadership, and I'm talking about a structural, whether they want to take responsibility or not. It's structurally they have led, whether it's been misleading or whatever it is, they have structurally led.
But
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Maya.
Wait, say something too. I'm sorry, you can't get late.
Wait. Big J was next, and then Maya can go. Go ahead, Big J.
Okay, but so do you want black men to have white leadership like Asians and white men?
Do I what?
Do y'all want black men to have the same type of leadership that white men?
No, I
Asian
don't,
men
but I think that they should, because I don't care, but I'm just saying that I think that it's just weird to me that they're the only race of men who think backwards, like they don't take leadership. Every other race of men don't ask women to lead, they just lead. And so like I'm convinced that black men do not feel it in their heart to lead, and they don't want to lead. And I don't have to be a man to come to that conclusion.
What's the definition of taking leadership?
Hold on, because I got a follow-up question then. So by that logic, if black men has the same leadership as Asian men do and as white men do, y'all will sit there and still scream about misogyny. Some of y'all will still screaming about sexism.
What?
Some of y'all will still screaming. No. See, no. Why you? See what she
Go ahead, Big J.
Why would we care what women think? Well, you talking about men, so why do you care what men think?
We're not going to do the back and forth. We're not going to do the back and forth over here.
So Big J, to be honest with you, we already are under that leadership. We are all under the patriarchy of the white man in America. So we are under that leadership that you're talking about. So when you ask, do we want to be under that leadership? We don't really have a choice because we have been under that leadership forever.
That's not the question I asked. I asked, do you want black men to have the same leadership as Asian men?
Well, what she's saying, wait, Big J.
We already have it though.
Wait. Her question is valid. Like, what do you mean? Because we're under white male leadership. So you can't have the same leadership as them because you're subject to them. So quantify what you're saying, qualify what you're saying, because again, what she said is true. So you don't have you will be still under subjection.
The problem is.
So what type of leadership are you talking about?
If I had the same leadership as white men, y'all still
you cannot.
Sir,
That's still,
May
still
I
we have the
answer
same.
the
We do
question?
have the
You're not
same leadership because we
understanding.
only have leadership by white men. What do you think happens when we go to work or anything else? We're under the leadership of white men. We don't own anything in this country. Where have you been? Like, we've always been under their leadership. What are you talking
May,
about?
may I
Not
answer
under.
the question?
Hold on.
I
Notice
just
what I
think
said. I said
black women
Asian
don't
men.
realize this.
I said Asian men and
Well,
white men.
okay,
I would
wait.
say
We
yes.
heard. Wait, Mia.
Sorry.
Maya. We heard what you said. Again, you're not qualifying what you said, so we're gonna move on because Kemo explained it perfectly. She said that you cannot have the same leadership. I don't understand what you're saying. You can't have the same leadership as them because you're subject to them. So, what type of leadership are you talking about? In what way?
You know what?
May I answer? Hold on, Big
You
J. I want to answer your question. I understood. I would say yes. I would say I get what they're saying about being under them, but I'm thinking maybe the same leadership qualities of getting stuff done, of actually executing, actually planning and executing something and getting something done on
That's not
as
what he
a
was saying,
Asian
Maya.
man. I would say
Not when he
yes.
said. That's not what he was saying when he
No,
said.
no, I was.
Oh my
Okay.
I was.
Can I step in for 1 second?
That's what the first question I asked. Then I went to the second question.
Okay, Big
So
J.
yes, Maya was
Can I
saying
step in real quick?
when I was seeking.
Big J.
Thank you.
So I guess what they're saying is that they haven't seen any evidence right now where black men can lead like white men right now. Now, if you're going to say something like if black men could lead not like white men, but just lead well, lead good in our own way, in a positive way, could black women follow that? I think that's what you're trying to say, or not trying to say, but that's what I'm kind of extrapolating. So I think if you say that, but the problem is that when you just say, well, if can black men lead like white men do? No, because number one, it never would be exact because white men and Asian men lead differently. Arab men lead differently. But the thing is that the key, I guess, what the women are trying to say is that, well, you would have to be qualified to lead first before they will follow.
But
does that make sense?
Didn't our grandfathers did it?
No, that is not even where we were getting to. We was trying to just get a straight answer from what he was saying. We couldn't even get to that point. So I mean, I like how people are creating,
helping them out.
Yeah, because that's not at all.
I
what
wanted to.
No, Gemini. Maya actually said what I was going.
But when you came back and said we wouldn't want you to, and you came with this other type, you went on this other type of direction. You went on another type of direction,
y'all's history,
and Maya cleaned it up for you. But go ahead, we're gonna run with
what Maya
said, cleaned it up
based on y'all talk, based on the 15 years of talking points in this chitlin circuit of YouTube. People don't want black men, certain black men to lead. They think all black men, and it seems to me though, I'm gonna put it like this. Some people in these quote unquote online movements, I call online movements. I see a lot of people on here don't only see men or women, whatever the case may be, not as individuals. Y'all treat people as groups, not as individuals, and that's a mistake, right? And that's one of the flawed mistakes that many people on here make.
I agree.
But I would say that black men have not this generation or the generation before that, but there was a time where they were, because all of our stuff got burned down. There were black men creating towns and doing the darn thing, being in I can't speak, being in Congress, doing it. Like when we were like, I don't want to go back to slavery, but they were doing it. But due to racism, but I would say that shouldn't be an excuse now. It seems like they cut off y'all legs and y'all just y'all never got a wheelchair to keep on moving. You know what I mean? Because
Why do you think that? Why do you think that happens?
No. Wait, what? Say that they got their legs cut off and never got a wheelchair.
Well, I'm using it as an example because there were our grandfathers, great grandfathers. We can't deny that Black men hasn't done nothing in any
we're not
generation
saying
of
that they haven't done anything, but I would not give them a wheelchair and I would not give them a wheelchair and amputations to make it seem like that they're incapable of doing so because of some suppression or oppression that we haven't experienced ourselves. And that's the problem
what I'm
that
saying
I have.
today.
We're always giving them today what?
Today, that's an excuse today, but he was saying, okay, Big J was saying, do you want the same leadership as Asian and white men? I would
but never
say
could quantify that.
Men
But okay,
hold on. The Black men of the past were doing it. They were trying to build a better community.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, why are we going backwards? We can't keep going. We can't keep going backwards and then coming forward.
They're not doing it. I gotta finish the whole.
But they also didn't do it by themselves either. Like they didn't just. It wasn't. It's not like any other group at all. It's not like. If white women didn't do any damn thing, they never had to do anything. Their men did it. But in those communities at that time, it wasn't just Black men who did it. It was never a time.
Can Big J and the other men on this panel, can they, what Gemini said, can they quantify what leadership is? Can they define what is leadership? Like from the Black man's standpoint, what is leadership to you guys? You guys as men, what is leadership? What does that look like?
We'll start with Big J, then we'll go to Jackal, then we'll go to Torch.
Oh wow! Starting with Big J. Yeah,
I just forgot about me.
Yeah.
Same here. I've been trying to talk for a minute now.
I forgot I was even here. Okay,
I'll go ahead.
For Torch.
I'm gonna be quiet.
Yeah. Well, leadership. Well, I mean, I think though leadership for me, I think Black men. I think some Black men who supposed to have knowledge and supposed to help other Black men out, rather than trying to roast and cook them when that person's in a time of need. I'll leave it at that because I'm the bad guy here, and that's all. I'm gonna leave it at that.
I think it's because you don't have a clear definition of what leadership is.
I do. I'm trying to force somebody to think. I'm trying to get y'all to think.
Sir, we're not doing that over here.
Just
make
it
you know what?
wait,
Please wait. We're not doing anybody else's homework for them. Go ahead and give your own definition of what you think. I don't like when people speak for other people because we don't get an understanding of that person and what's in their own head. So you give whatever you want to say. We're not going to interpret it for you. We don't need interpreters. You say whatever it is you feel that you think that it is, and we'll take it at face value. Go ahead, Big J.
Well, I guess. Well, I'll put it like this. I think leadership is somebody using their abilities and talents to advance, to help some other people out. That's what I believe. If you have the talent for this, that, and third, you should use it for the betterment of your fellow man.
Okay, Jackal.
I'm sorry. So, leadership to me used to. I'm sorry. I had my child. Leadership to me was the Black Panthers, especially back in the days. They cleaned up the community, gave men jobs, and protecting the children and women to make sure things wasn't as it is today. That is to me what leadership is, and that we need to build back is the Black Panthers.
Okay.
And sorry about the background.
That's okay. Ali, go ahead.
All right. So a leader to me is pretty much a person who can pretty much bring out the best qualities of everyone within a household, as well as actually conduct that household with the grace of a symphony orchestra. Someone who can actually take the burden of all the stress within that household.
Thank you. Torch.
Okay, I'd like to get some shout outs out of the way. Thank you.
Wait, you gotta answer the question before you do the shout out.
Wait.
Can the lady
Torch
answer
said,
the
"Nah,
question?
I ain't even with that one."
Okay. What's the question again, Gemini?
Leadership.
Okay,
What is it?
it's clear. I mean, basically, it's like this. We would be amazing leaders. We have leaders, Black male leaders that have been excellent in the past. The problem is the percentage of men that are willing to lead, not say they're leaders, but are willing to lead, and is minimal. And the reason why is because leaders do not blame others. They look at problems and they look at ways to solve that problem. So as soon as you start giving the responsibility or blaming somebody, which is giving the responsibility to somebody else for something in a negative way, you have almost in some ways disqualified yourself from being a leader. I've seen employers do this. I've seen bosses do this. I've seen coaches do this. I used to coach, and I took responsibility for each player on my team. If a player acted up, it's my bad. It's my bad. It's my bad. It doesn't seem like, especially in the Manosphere, that we want to take that kind of responsibility, or what they call accountability. I like responsibility maybe a little bit better, because responsibility has more of an action-based resolution for it. You can say, like, for example, look at pearly things or burly things as some of us call them. She really, quite honestly, she said she was accountable. She was barely that, but she definitely did not. Her actions showed no responsibility at all. She's not a responsible person. So that's the problem that we have as African American men. We need to act more in a positive way, of course, okay? And be more responsible. Ignore that if we are supposed to be the leader of the family, we have to take responsibility for every member of the family. That's how it rolls. If you do that, what happens is this. You start to be more proactive, because he's like, look, I got to put these people in the best position to succeed so that I succeed and we all succeed as a unit. But if you're blaming everybody else, what you're doing is you're taking that type of work away from you. Okay, because, it falls on somebody else. Well, it's their fault. It's their fault. So that's why the whole Manosphere is really a fraudulent system, because it's built on blaming somebody. That's why it's shame, blame, and explain. I'm done.
Go ahead and do your shout outs, DJ.
Okay. A lady's in the house. King Lucifer's in the house. Henry Mars is in the house. Monica M is in the house. Aiken Ayodele is in the house. Siobhan is in the house. Tiff is in the house. We have Carla in the house. Properly Disrespectful's in the house. The Lovely Prism is in the house. Big J is in the house. Black Women Rise is in the house. We have more. So many wonderful people in here. Flawless is in the house. Okay, I think that's who I can get on this run.
I would love to address. I'd love to have
say
a
something,
good
please? Torch, can I say something? Because Big J, everybody's been kind of talking a lot, and I just wanted to drop down because I want to.
No, it's okay. You're the newest one. Feel free.
I have a concern about something. Let me say this. How many people live in America right now?
Damn
And there's what, billions of us, millions of us.
Mhm.
Okay, and the Black community has 13%. So I guess that's what we have like what 40. Is it what 41 million Black people? Is it 41 million Black people?
That sounds accurate.
Let me get the statistics here. Okay, it's about 47 people who identify as Black in America. So let me say this, because I think we're being very, I want to check some of you guys' ego. I'm gonna go ahead and say it really quickly here. You don't have the capacity as Black men to lead 47 million people in the Black race. We're not a monolith. We have different political ideologies, different standards, different requirements, different values. It does not serve the same needs. Because I'm really confused about when Black men say they want leadership over what? Leadership over what? Your homes? Your own personal homes? Because you shouldn't be able to tell another man how to live in his home. Leadership over what? A woman who has basically been educated by the government, paid her dues to society, a voter who's never been in trouble, never been incarcerated, who has her own pensions, her own 401ks, the ability to travel, to have vacations, to do everything she wants as a single woman. But you want her to lower her standard, and maybe, we might not be able to go on those vacations, but why would I do that when I can do that by myself? What do I need you to lead me on? My money? When I have people in other companies leading my 401ks and my Roth IRAs and my stocks and bonds, what do I need you for? What do I need you for? And so I don't know if you men are understanding, because I know one of the guys up here, he's saying that he's a passport bro. I really appreciate what you're doing. And I'm going to tell you why I appreciate what you're doing. Because there's such a thing called market saturation. And what you gentlemen are doing is you're going overseas to get these women, and those women that you think are that, because I keep hearing that all the good men are going over there getting these women. No, they're not. A lot of these good men that you guys keep on talking about are not even in this space. They're not even listening to you. They don't even care. They have families. They're in their own homes. They're managing their own households. They're not interested in this stuff. So what's happening is supply and demand. What's going to happen is all of this stuff that you guys are doing, you're pushing women into the position to be able to be more demanding of what they require for men. Because you keep on saying Black men are Black, ain't nobody traveling over here to meet women. We're going over there. Supply and demand. So there's about, I think somebody told me, me and Amir were talking, that there's about 30, 40 million men who are without wives in Asia right now. Do you really think that those Asian men, after centuries of being the Han Chinese race, of being the men who have had the majority of the race on the face of the earth, do you really believe that they're going to let their race go extinct? Who do you think they're going to come after? They're going to come after the women who produce the most babies. Y'all keep on thinking that y'all playing some social science game here. Your time is running out, because I'm telling you that you're playing something dirty, and they don't care if they mix it up. They'll mix it up as long as they have to get the needs that they need to get met to keep their faces on the earth. And you guys don't have enough time, because the Black race. Go ahead, Miss Jamina.
No, let her finish, please. Please, finish. Let her finish, please.
Because I'm telling you, I've been overseas in the last couple of weeks, and I'm telling you, you're not going to like what you see. And if I told everybody what was going on over there, you're not going to like it. You're not going to like what's happening. I'm telling you, it's supply and demand. And these women in every country are recognizing. That's why we got these Filipinas that these passport bros have let in. Those women are some of the biggest tricks there ever is. I mean, I told Amir, I said, getting off Navy ships, the doctors, we would pass out condoms. Those girls would meet the ship coming off the shore, running to the ships, the Navy ships. Think those women don't know what they're doing? Supply and demand. They're trying to get out of their country. So you guys can keep on thinking you're playing a game, but you're not really playing a good one, and you're going to lose. You're going to lose.
Oh,
It's
Jesus.
interesting that you said that, Prism, because I heard about over there in Asia. I heard they're shutting down colleges for a week or something like that for like a love week.
2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks.
Mhm. That's crazy.
Can I say something?
Yeah, there's nothing you can tell me because the business that I'm in, there's nothing you can say to me. You don't have my knowledge.
There we go. And that's what it is. That's exactly where the line of communication
You
comes
don't
in.
even know.
That's when we have problems. That's exactly where. You can't tell me nothing. You get, there we go. That's what it
Because
is.
you think I'm black, right? Because
Ma'am.
you see the avatar and you think by my voice, you think I'm black, don't you?
No, I haven't made any assumptions
Well, then
whatsoever.
stop saying,
I'm
sir,
allowed to say
because
something.
I'm almost to the point because I almost came up here because I kept dropping down
Never
because I
mind.
was
Let me
listening
stop.
to your voice.
No.
I've been
Oh,
listening to
Jesus.
your voice, and I don't think you are who you say you are. I've listened to your voice that's why I kept dropping down, listening to your voice. I've heard you on other different panels, and you're not who you say you are.
Can I say
am.
something?
What the hell? There's somebody on the panel who knows who I am. What are you talking about?
I'm telling you, you've been on other channels. and
No,
I'm
I
telling you,
haven't. I got my own. No, I have
Yeah, you
not.
are.
Prism.
Hey
I know
guys,
him from.
you guys.
Wait, I
Can I
know
say
him
something
from.
real quick?
I know him
Oh
from
my
another.
God.
I'm done. I just don't like guys who try to sit there
You're
and
literally
segue
lying on me
into
now. No,
into
ma'am, you're
black
being
women,
very disingenuous and you're lying.
Black women. That's what I'm talking about. Black women, and that's what I'm talking about. Black men like you,
Oh
because you don't listen and you don't want to accept the truth that
You're
you
an angry
are.
liar. That's exactly
You
what
are
you're doing. You're
losing
lying.
commodity.
Okay, we're not gonna
You're
go
losing,
back and
sir,
forth.
and you don't like it. You just don't like the fact that you're
I'm not
losing
losing
the game.
anything.
Yeah,
I'm
you
allowed
are.
to
You
love
lost it
exactly
all
who I'm
already.
allowed to love
But,
whenever I want to love
This
her.
is
How
very
dare you? How
intuitive.
dare you tell me
It's
that I'm
not
getting a
angry.
bad deal somewhere else?
Okay, let's stop. I'll stop.
But
Okay,
then,
thank you.
but then I have to say something. Then,
Jesus.
so if black men are losing economy, and I somewhat agree with Prism on that. But Prism, how would that sound like in the next 20, 25, 30 years from now?
Well, they already have statistics that say that almost every race in America is going to grow, and the race of the black race is probably either going, if they can project by 2050, if they don't start producing babies like they used to, the black race is still going to stay at that 13, 12, 11%. And probably the Hispanics and the Asians, but because you guys don't get the system, there's going to be a higher increase, and it's already going on, of interracial marriages. I'm telling you what's going to happen.
What you said is good and all, but that's not the question I asked. No, because the way I see it, I mean, some of the things you say.
Ask the question again, because I what did you
Because,
ask?
because some of the things you said is nothing more than a recruitment for the manosphere.
Big J,
So based
what
on
did
your talking
Big
point.
J, what did you ask? What was your question?
The point I was trying to ask, well, how would people in the next 25 years will feel about her words that she's saying today? That is the point I'm trying to make.
What words?
What she just said about, black men are they're going to lose.
Essentially, what she's telling you is there might not be enough of us to feel anything,
and there really won't be.
No, the point that I'm asking is this: some of y'all's talking points are actually recruitment for the manosphere. Anyway,
Big J, I wanted to say something because I want to answer your question again that you asked. Now that you said that all this has came out, when you said, we want you to lead like the Asians and the white, and I'm gonna say yes, and I'm gonna tell you why. And it's based off of what she is saying, because those other communities, there's things that they care about. One of them is their lineage, to make sure that they keep growing, their power and wealth and those things, and all of those things in our community, the men don't care about it at all. accountability. This accountability just keep going all over. Everybody keep talking about this accountability, but with accountability, you take responsibility for everything, meaning that you are accountable for everything in your community, not just men. You can't you cannot just say, well, it's the women's fault when the community go to shit. Even if it's the women's fault, leaders, what we do is we say, you know what, it's my fault. I should have handled it. I wasn't paying attention, but I'm gonna make it right and I'm gonna fix it. You don't just say, oh, it's the women that is the reason why such and such failed or whatever the case may be. So I'm gonna re-answer that question again based off all of the things that we got. And I agree with I think Maya was like that said yes. And also DJ Torch when he talked about pearly things or whatever, and how her leadership over in the Manosphere, it's a perfect representation of what it would look like if Black men stay in the same mindset and was to actually become leaders. Exactly what that looks like over there is exactly what the Black community will be.
Okay.
Following white women that has no understanding of anything, just because for whatever reason you worship her whiteness, and she's really a child, really shouldn't even be in a position like that.
Hey, Ms.
And
Campbell.
you're willing to just fall and blow up with her.
Ms. Campbell, they don't get it. They don't understand this. And I don't, and this is what they don't get. Why? Okay, I want everybody to think about that. They took away abortions, and if they want to take away birth control in America. Okay. So that only leads me to one thing. A penis is not worth more than the vagina. Men can't give birth. Women do. And I'm going to say it again, like I said it on about 5 different panels. The hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. A vagina is worth more than a penis. And there's too many penises out here globally for you to compete as Black men. You better humble yourself and you better do it quick.
But Prism, I just wanted to say something. They feel as though leadership to them is not, they just want to run through women. It's more important for them to run through women. They could care less. If leadership gets in the way of that, then they don't care. That's all they want to do. And that's why it makes me frustrated that Black women don't open their options. And that's the only reason why I'm making, I was on YouTube because I'm just here for Black women. Because like you said, the hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. And I think that Black women they're the ones that give birth, and we need to save them.
I want to reiterate something that she just said. She said, if leadership gets in the way of them having sex, they don't want it.
But other men do.
It's even the same like with if you were to speak of other people and their women, like Black women is the only group of women on this planet that will not leave the men in their community. And the men in our community are beneath all groups of men, and that doesn't matter. They still are able. That's actually like very, like the fact that they able to hold on to their women. Now here it is, you got white women who is the most disloyal creatures on the planet, and their men own everything. But their men is not saying that we gave y'all everything, but y'all want to slum with whatever Pookies and all these other Black men and all these other things. So we just gonna say fuck the community. White men don't do that. But here it is, you got Black men that really is in no leadership position at all. Their women and children still love them, but they're telling us that screw us and that they're gonna go get passports and white women. Tell me how that makes sense. It makes absolutely no sense at all.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. How can you say that when you got the white manager saying the same damn thing? So I don't know where you're just saying it's just Black men saying it.
That's
not Jay.
Because like y'all made comparisons, and this is what I call racial insecurity. Because a lot of you on here got racial insecurity problems. Because I've been in the white manager places. They say the same damn thing, like Sandman turf nigga monkey and all them. They say the same thing as the niggas over there.
But
White women overdoing this. So I'm going to Asia. I'm going to Asia.
Big J, can I
And it's still going to be supply and demand,
because I think that's not I would say that's a false truth, because those men that are on YouTube are not men in actual leadership. Because no matter if their daughters go to a black man, let their daughters say that black man hit them, they're going to protect them no matter what. On the other hand, black men, let's say just like with Lawrence Smith Fields, she was dating a black man. The black men were all getting on her saying it was her fault. So even though they go outside their race or they disloyal, like Camo said, their fathers and their uncles are still going to protect them. Y'all, on the other hand, you should have choose better. That's your fault. You made that decision. You got to learn and all that type of stuff.
Well, hold on, because I used to watch Fox News a lot when I remember when the very first slut walk was going on. Carrie, are you going to? Am I going to Asia? Nope. For what? I don't got no reason to go to Asia for. And we're gonna talk about Asia. I mean, Japan has the herbivore movement, which in their population is dropping, and there's no female population in China, so a lot of those Chinese dudes going to Africa. So I don't know why y'all. That's the reason why I asked: do you want black men to have white male or Asian male leadership? That's why I asked the question, because we can look on, we can look in Japan and China, and that's why I asked the question.
So basically, you want to talk about a homogenous culture where they have always been that race of people, and you want to compare a homogenous culture to one that's a mixed race of culture.
But you just did the prison. You did that the prison.
That's not true, because you're talking about leadership versus when I'm talking about the global market when it comes to sexuality. So we're not going to split hairs with this. When I'm telling you about leadership, you're not able to have leadership potential in America. And community-wise, where would what's wrong with what happened to Jesse Jackson? What happened to Al Sharpton? What happened to Thurgood Marshall? What happened to all these other black men that were leaders in the community for generations now? And all these actors who were supposed to be all of these people who were pro-black and did all these things for marches and civil rights and all this other stuff. Where was their information? Where is all the stuff that they did to bring the black men that you feel like should be in the leadership to where they need to be at today? They're not there. You know what happened? People realized that it's an individualistic nation. And that's what it is. And you guys need to learn to respect that. The only places that you're going to be able to learn to lead, and that is if you find a woman who will even provide you that benefit. And the majority of the women who will provide you the benefit of leading those households are the very households that you guys speak about in the Manosphere and the Passport Bros. Those single mothers who really don't have the education that they need, those are the women that you qualify for. Those are the women you qualify for. Because if you're telling me you're going overseas to the Philippines and Thailand, those poor women, and you're telling me those women qualify for you, you're sounding like a bunch of dummies right now.
Or uneducated women.
Okay, good. And everything you said was good.
You're not gonna cut me off. I'm gonna say what I gotta say. Y'all been talking for the last couple of hours.
If
those poor women over there are the women that qualify for you, and you're not really marrying them either, because there hasn't been an uptick in marriages, let me tell you. So if those are the women that qualify for you, the poor, unprivileged, underserved demographic of Filipino, Thai women, and women in Southeast Asia, Brazil, if those are the women who qualify for you, then it says more about you as a man of what your quality is than it is about the women. And I'm not gonna keep on letting y'all talk out the side of y'all neck on me. I'm gonna bust you in.
It sure do.
Yo,
it sure do.
Go.
Now tell me I'm wrong.
Literally, there was no reason. There was absolutely no reason for that. None of that was. There was no reason for any
help
of that.
another culture than help their own culture, but then want to talk about. Let me repeat my sentence. Sorry. It's very sad that a group of Black men will rather give resources and help another culture that doesn't give a damn about them or what their plight is, instead of helping their people at home, but then will complain about the children that are coming up. But y'all left and wanted to help out Ming Ling's children and Ming Ling's people in their village. They're over there thriving, getting homes and farms and stuff, while we still in the ghetto. But you want to complain about it? That's crazy.
Can I
But
respond
wait
to
a
that?
minute. But wait a minute. I find that odd that you said that, because, and this is the reason why I
Big
came on
J.
this panel.
Wait, Big J. Wait. Go ahead, Ali, and then Big J.
Okay. And who was the lady that was just speaking?
I think that was Maya.
Okay, there we go. I can't see the names. All right. So, Miss Maya, like, it makes absolutely no sense that men even have to go over to another country to go and procure a wife. I really think it's silly. I think that I shouldn't have to do it. And there's a lot of other men that I feel shouldn't have to do it either. But when we come up against people who aren't even ready to talk, like, I mean, you guys are doing, you guys are pretty cool, and I appreciate the time. But when we have people that we can't even converse with, and we come against oppositional people with preconceived notions, it makes it entirely impossible for one of us to actually deal with these people. Case in
Can I say
point,
something real quick?
if I could finish, but I mean, go ahead, man. Damn.
I was just gonna say, I
Damn
mean,
thoughts out.
isn't your outlook on women in America a preconceived notion?
No. I'm speaking directly off of just pretty much my own life experience, and I'm talking
And
about
so are
even
we. That's
even
what we doing.
and even this conversation alone. A little while ago, I just had a lady that told me I wasn't allowed to say nothing. Like, I mean, come on, really? It's gotten to that point. Like, I mean, you guys, all right, the ones you guys who've been up here talking, at least you listen. You guys will listen.
Can
You
you
try
let
to
DJ
listen.
Torch speak? Because you saying
No,
much about nothing. Nobody don't want to hear your rambling.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's why we don't talk.
Please,
That's
let's
why we
not
don't
go
talk.
back and forth.
That's
But
why.
brother, just because she said you can't talk, she's not stopping you from talking. She ain't your mother. You can,
Right, but
you
then when
can,
I start
you can
saying something,
bypass
she
her
got to jump in,
respectfully
and then she
still
has to
do what you
stop
got
it.
to do, and that's what
But
leaders
then she
do.
got to
Wait,
circumvent
Maya.
it.
Wait. Everybody stop for
Sorry.
1 second. If Gemini tells you to stop talking, you're supposed to stop talking.
Oh, I didn't hear her say that. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, she's a moderator, and she's not doing it for her own business benefit. She's not doing it for my benefit. She's doing the benefit of the panel, because otherwise, then it starts sounding like a train station.
Oh,
The
Gemini
benefit
told me
of
to
the
stop
chat.
talking.
Well,
The benefit
I
of the chat.
apologize. I just wanted to go off when he said that she told him that he got to stop talking.
We get it, but we get it. But
Oh, okay.
the when you're down in the chat and people are yelling over each other, the sound becomes distorted. People can't follow the flow of the conversation, and it just makes for bad theater.
I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the other lady, but yeah.
Brother, I'm saying we were talking about what leaders are. You got, as a leader, you're gonna have obstacles. You're gonna have obstacles everywhere you go. So you got to be able, as a leader, like Torch said, solve those problems. And just because the sister down there told you that you shouldn't be talking, bypass that obstacle and keep on going forward and say what you got to say. She might not hear you, but there might be a sister that do hear you.
There we go.
Like
And see,
you
I can
said,
deal with
there's a
that. I
woman
can
that's
deal
gonna
with
take
that.
your
Okay.
leadership.
But
No,
he's
you're right. You're totally right. Understandable.
She
And I
is
love
not.
her. I'm
They're
just
not
saying.
going over there and with the intentions of marriage overseas. They're just running through prostitutes. I promise you. This is
I
all.
just married.
No, that's not.
I just got. I'm a widower now. What are you talking about?
Ali, she's not talking about you
Oh,
personally.
my bad. I'm sorry.
She's
I'm sorry.
she's talking,
Oh.
and that's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of these conversations and a lot
You're
of
too
the
sensitive.
reasons why we go
Not
back and
sensitive.
forth. The reasons why we go back and forth is because we'll generalize, and then somebody will internalize it personally, and it will become personal, and then it's a personal battle when we were actually generalizing. So we're not trying to be personal with things. And the only reason I talked about what you went through, Ali, is so that people would understand who you are and where you were coming from, and that I'm familiar with you. That's the only reason why, you know, I explained that on a personal level, but we're speaking in generalities here.
Oh, totally understandable. Now that I know
Can I
that, go
say
ahead.
something real quick? I'm sorry. And Ali, you know, to be honest, the passport bros is a very small movement compared to the rest of the population of Black men. And to be honest, if the majority of you was actually doing it, actually in a leadership position, if a few of you decided that, just like the white ones and the Mexicans or whatever, that is just a small of their population, they would be expendable, meaning that you can just leave. Like, no, it's not like it will hurt the community. And it's and I'm not saying that what you're doing now is hurting the community, because in reality, it's not really, it's neutral. It's basically like, it's nobody would ever know that you left, because it's not like that you're actually in a actual leadership position, if you can understand what I'm saying. So in reality, it's not, it's almost like a pointless conversation. But the problem is that the ones who are left behind is still in the same position that they was in since 1619. Like, that's the issue. And it goes back to that thing where we talked about in the beginning, where we talked about the subcultures in a community being obsolete, meaning that we don't have them, and we should have them. We should have, you know, we have the right to have the same as other people. So when I was speaking and I was saying, and I think Big J spoke on it, and I think he didn't really understand what I was saying. It was just that, yes, there are white passport bros that talk badly about American women and white women, but the thing about it is that it affects their community none, because there's so many of them that their priority is to keep their community going regardless. You get what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter if 2, 3, or 20, or maybe 200 of them was to say, I'm leaving and packing my bags and I'm leaving because y'all don't like me. No one in their community is batting an eye, because their priorities is already their community, where we haven't even set that up in our community. You get what I'm saying, Ali?
Yeah, I really feel like it really shouldn't affect anyone anyways, and I'm glad that the passport movement, as small as it is, it really doesn't take away from anything. I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like every woman here should still be able to find love and find their forever mate, regardless. I mean, honestly, I don't, like, my whole goal isn't to go and say something bad about Black women. And matter of fact, I don't think I've said anything bad about Black women since I've been on this panel. Main thing I said was that I'm just not good for them. And I understand that. That's cool. That's me taking accountability for myself.
And likewise, there are some there's some women in America, and they are of color, who don't think men in America are anything good for us, and we're going to go overseas and get our men.
You should. Honestly, I've been saying that shit. I'm sorry.
Men who make more money.
I've been saying that. I don't know why y'all I don't understand why there's not more of y'all going over there and getting one of these men. Really?
Black women have already been leaving. We just haven't been saying anything to you. You go look at the statistics and you go Google Black women leaving America. You're going to see that there are groups of women that have already been leaving America, leaving for other men.
Yeah, you really should.
You should. Just because we didn't say anything doesn't mean it wasn't happening.
Well, amen.
Yeah, I would say that it's possibly more Black women overseas, like Black American women overseas, that's married to a foreigner than it is probably Black men.
I feel like they should. I feel like Black women, Black men. I heard, and I'm gonna talk to Torch about this, at another time, because I saw a whole little panel where these guys were talking about passport bras can't do what passport bros do. I like to know what makes you think. Who the hell said
that?
I would like to know what makes you think that you have the ability to tell any woman whether she has, and I don't, whether she has children or whether she doesn't have children, to leave America, pack up her stuff, and go to another country. You keep acting like Black women are, because what they want to do, they're trying to paint this picture that you go over there, that you're going to get paws thrown on you, you're going to do that. Some of the places that I've been are safer than walking the streets in America. I could walk all night in the place that I went to with all of my friends and the people that I was there with. I could walk all night long and nobody touched me, bothered me, or harassed me, or anything. Nothing.
They said they were gonna beat you if you went over there. The
Wait,
hell?
somebody breathing down my neck with a gold frame in their
France is
mouth.
like
They're talking a bunch of crap. Not that I'm around those type of guys anyway, but the fact remains is that I don't have to choose you.
You really
And that's
don't.
what you guys didn't hear from Ebony Williams that you need to hear. We don't have to choose you. We don't have to.
Honestly,
You're
we
not an
don't have to
option. You're
choose
not
each
the
other.
option.
We
No,
don't.
I need black men to understand in my Kevin Samuels voice. You need to humble yourselves. You're not the option that you think you are. Now, I'm not saying this for all of y'all, but I'm saying it for a lot of you.
Thank you.
You're not the catch that you really think you are. You're not all that. And if it really was that you're all that, then your women would be married to you. You're not all that.
Can I ask the men a question now? I want to ask the men the same question.
Wait a
that you
minute.
asked us.
Wait a minute, Camo. Just 1 second. Creative
Okay.
Solutions.
I'm sorry.
Oh, hello.
Hi, Creative.
Hi, everyone.
Happy birthday, Creative.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Hey.
Thank you. So all this talk about going overseas and all of this, you know, time and time again, I see some of these men who go overseas. They always have to come back to the States and start all over and build all over again. And you know what they say? The first thing they say is, why we always gotta hate each other? Why we can't come together and love each other? I swear, I swear to you. I swear to you, like I be seeing like a whole bunch of them. They come from overseas and then they come back over here, and then they gotta go build from scratch. And it's like they should have never went in the first place, because the life that they build there is something back to the States. They always end up coming back here. So I don't know if they're sitting down and they're doing their research, or they sitting down, or I think a lot of them, they need to heal. I think they're running from themselves. They running from trauma. They just running. They don't know how to, love themselves, or, or find something within themselves. It's like, they go overseas because they need to feel like they're worthy of something, or they got some kind of worth.
And plus the
I
US
think they
dollar.
run from responsibility.
See, I have a bone to pick. I really do.
Wait, before you pick your bone, can you can't get laid. It's been a while since you said anything. Go ahead.
No, I was just telling them that I was gonna say something that I just made a comment that the US dollar stretches really far over there, and they feel like maybe they feel as though they're gonna be treated like kings, but their scopamine. I don't really care. Like, I just want them to, like, if you do something, why can't you keep your if you're gonna go and have sex with hookers, nobody don't want to hear that, especially coming from a bald, unattractive 40-plus-year-old guy. Nobody wants to hear that. Like, just keep it to yourselves. Just go over there and do what you do. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, Big J.
See, now, DJ Torch, I have a bone to pick with you anyway. That's why I'm here.
Oh no, not on that.
The thing
Get him,
is,
BJ.
the thing is, though, we having this conversation about leadership, right?
Right.
And I witnessed a video that you did when the guy was crying in his car. Now, the image of
about
that
the work. But just to clarify, the one where the guy was crying in his car about his job.
Right. So I have a bone to pick with that, because how is that one supposed to help black men, and shouldn't you, being an elder, try to help that black man out? Because you over here talking about leadership. That's all. I'm done.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. There are some people that you can help, and there are some people you cannot. if I knew this person and he did this in front of me, let's say for some reason, I don't know why I would be in his car with him, but if I was, I would console him. And I would tell him that he needs to get back in there. And then when he gets done with his shift, he needs to open up LinkedIn and look for a job that will keep him from crying. Believe it or not, I've been in some awful, horrible jobs before, and I know how he feels. But the point we were making at that time, Big J, was that these will be the same men that want to call themselves leaders. And it's okay if you're not in a position to lead, but you should understand that you're not in a position to lead and to work on that first. Does that make sense?
Somewhat.
Okay, let me go further since you know, I'll take up more mic time. Basically, it's like this. If you're having that hard of time at work, handling a family as well is a big ask. So the concern that we have here at DJ Torch Live Network is that men that are not ready think they're ready. And what I mean by being ready is being ready to be a leader, being ready for responsibility, being ready to be caring, loving, and supporting of their family members, including their wife and younger sibling, you know, and younger family members. Come on, Jay. We both know these guys ain't that ready yet. We know that. If they were that ready, that, you know, they would not be behaving the way they are now.
What would you have done, Big J? How would you have helped him?
I would try to find a guy and ask him what his Cash App is, have a conversation with him, see what his story is, and based on what he tells me, then I would Cash App him $100 in a link in to somewhere else.
A link in to somewhere else? What do you mean?
To another job.
So
why give you?
I'm here, Echo.
Me too. How about?
Who went in and asked that question?
Okay, everybody mute your mic just for 1 second. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Okay, we're good now. Okay, Big J, undo yours.
Yeah, I'm here. No, who went in and asked that question though?
Oh, who asked what? What would you have done?
Yes.
Me.
Okay, yeah, I would have done that.
I think it's you, Jim. I think.
Is it me?
It might be you. Wait, Big J, mute again. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. No, Jim, undo yours. Test 1 2. Yeah, it's you. Okay, so she's going to go out and come back in. Okay, Big J, where were we at?
So
am I free to speak? Am I free to speak then?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, well, I mean, I will try to figure out who this guy is, have a conversation with him, know what his story is. You know, I do a couple of things, try, you know, give him a LinkedIn, help him with the LinkedIn and with his resume, and you know, and if he needs some assistance, I give him my $50 and keep it moving.
Okay, so I have a question, Big J. How
many
times
I have done that
before? To do that?
I have done that before, huh?
How many times are you willing to do that? Because there's thousands of men that need that kind of help.
I can only do what I can do, but I'm asking you because you are the leader, because you are the elder, and that's why I'm asking you.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't give him any money because he's at work.
Amen.
Hey, Torch,
I
can
was
I
just
ask a
about to say
question?
that. Like, dude.
Hey, Torch, can I say something?
Yes, please do.
My question is like, I'm just trying to figure out if that was the goal and you saw that video, then I'm trying to figure out why you didn't try to go find out who that brother was instead of coming over here trying to correct Torch. That's all I want to know.
Well, because because I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to get me the pit. You're trying to get me to yell and scream at you. So I know what you're trying to do. Thank you though.
Yeah.
And you are the type of person.
Hey, Mr. Torch, can I say what I need to say, please? Because he's getting on my nerves talking.
I'm getting on your nerves.
Okay.
I ain't even talking to you. You don't want to talk to me.
Wait,
talk
Big
to
J,
a man.
Let Prism speak. Let Prism speak, and then Big J, you can reply.
Big J, you guys, I want you to hear exactly what you said. That's what I'm talking about, the hypocrisy. You would have taken your time to go help this guy and pull him up with the bootstraps and all of this other stuff, but you're going to waste your time coming over here trying to correct DJ Torch about something that at a guy who was at a job. But it's no problem that you feel like it's black women's. That's what they're created for, to pull other black men up by their bootstraps, when really it's you want to be the leaders. Then why would you be wasting your time coming over here to deal with Torch when you could have been over there in social media land trying to find out where that video came from and who that brother was and go on ahead and bust up his Cash App? That's all I'm asking. I just think you guys are hypocrites. I think you guys are hypocrites.
Well, if I tell you how I think about you, I would got kicked out. But anyway, I came here to talk to a man, and I'm asking the record to a man because it's supposed to be a man, because I came here to talk to a man. I ain't came here to talk to women. I came here to talk to a man. In a way, I'm here to debate a man.
Jay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
You do know that this is a like a mostly women's thing here, right? I mean, we welcome men.
No, but you want to talk to a man.
Yeah, I'm talking to you, DJ Torch, because you a man.
Lord Jesus, help him.
I mean, you are the elder. That's why I said you are the elder. That's why I'm challenging you.
Okay, so the answer is pretty simple. It's like, basically, it's like this. Quite honestly, the guy was having a meltdown. Right. I don't know the guy. Mm-hmm. The video was a video of a video.
Right.
Okay. I would rather, number one, it's like this. He will be okay. Okay. He will be okay. The problem we have, okay, really, quite honestly, Big J, you can make that your passion. You can look for the guy, look him up, see where he's at. I got to do the same thing you want me to do for him, for women who are more vulnerable than he is. He will last out. If he becomes homeless, he will last longer than probably more women would in this homeless environment, because it's like going back 150 years to barbaric situations. But I understand. I actually respect your kindness towards the guy, your compassion. I respect that. But at the same time, it's like, hey, he might have put himself in that situation.
I
playing this video was that this would be the same guy who will turn around and cuss out a black woman.
Yeah, but that's why I said earlier I would have a conversation with him, see where he comes from, and then I go there accordingly.
Okay.
But DJ Torch, I wanted to ask you a question. He's saying that like other brothers can't finesse one another, like they can't help each other get in touch with their feminine side. I guess that's what he's saying, right?
No. Here's what I'm saying. People on YouTube are capping about, and people claim that they're pro black men. You got people on here saying that they're pro black woman, and people said that they're pro black.
Actually, no one said that.
It's mostly offending.
No. Wait, Big J. Nobody's ever said. Big J, nobody's ever said that. I'm just saying, nobody's ever said, "Oh, I'm pro black man. Oh, I'm pro black. I'm pro black." Nobody's ever said that.
I'm just talking about my experience though.
Okay.
And how somebody just can't come after me
Hey, DJ
on some
Torch, how you
sideways.
doing?
Hi,
Trying to come at
Tam.
me sideways. That's why I went there.
Hi, panel.
But
How you
then-
doing? Hi, chat.
But then I find it odd though. You said this is a woman's channel and you're a man. That kind of drew me off right there.
Well, you know, women come to this channel.
Yeah.
He didn't say it's a woman's channel. It's women who support the channel. That's who's supporting. His biggest supporters are women. So therefore, he's going to cater to the people who support him.
Yeah, but why was I called gay for me coming after a man?
Who called you gay, bro? Like,
Somebody in the chat room was saying, "Well, Big J's on."
hey, we on a panel. You got to focus on the panel. Don't
Yeah, you
focus
gotta
on the
ignore
chat.
that.
Hey, they saying a lot of stuff in the chat. Like you can't let them get to you, Big J.
Yeah, man. Please ignore that.
What's up, DJ Torch? How you doing?
Doing good, Tam.
Hey, Tam.
Hey, everybody.
Hey,
Tam's
everybody. Hey,
here
hey,
on
panel. Hey,
panel.
chat. How you
Welcome.
Happy
doing?
belated birthday.
Happy birthday,
Thank you
Tam.
very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. No, I was just waiting for everybody to get done speaking. I was listening before I hopped on. I was listening for about 10-15 minutes, and while I was in the process of hopping on, I don't know if the question was answered yet, but I'm not gonna lie, I kind of agree with Prism. You know, if you're gonna dish something out, then it should be no issue taking it. You know, Big J asked you a question, DJ Torch, which was a fair, valid question. His question wasn't wrong, and you answered his question to to as truthfully and best as you could. And I feel like it's kind of ridiculous that when the question gets back to him, it's like, oh, you're trying to get me to yell and do all that stuff. I mean, honestly, I think the question is very easy, and it's a very simple answer. Because,
but I understand. I only ask questions, answer questions if I notice that how some people have ill intent or some malice. I'm not going to go there and have that conversation.
But it's not ill intent.
I feel there's malice intent.
Well, but this is the thing. We're all adults here, and we're all on a panel. Panels are for discussion. So what you asked DJ Torch, it was a fair question. I didn't disagree with it. So it's just like, if you as a grown man can ask another grown man not even grown man, if you as an adult, period, can ask another adult on a panel a fair question, what's wrong when the question when somebody asks you the same thing, what's wrong with answering? It's not a setup. It's the truth. We don't know what you were gonna say.
Why didn't I go find it? Because I don't know what his account is, for one.
Okay. All right. See, that was hard. Well, you said for one, is there another answer?
And the reason why I kind of look at malice intent, because somebody said, BJ, I'll find you and I'll do this to you. I mean that last time I was on here, so that's why I don't ask. That's why I just don't. That's why I came here only for DJ Torch. That's it. So I'm out. Y'all have a good night.
Big J, I think that honestly, I feel like it depends on how the person see, how the person see the video. Because to me, a lot of people will feel like for me, I felt it was disrespectful because I've had many, well, not many, but I was in the military for a long time, and I had to do some things that I just did not want to do. Sometimes I would be deployed for so long that I think I'm gonna be with my family, and then a month later they say, well, we don't got nobody, we got to deploy again. And exactly what he was doing is what I felt on the inside, and I wasn't able to cry about it. So, and there's other people that have very hard jobs that have to make very hard decisions, and you see this man crying. It's kind of like, it's almost like a slap in the face. And I would think that black men would be more upset because of what it represents. It's like we all have to work, but we work so that at some point we could stop working and be able to rest. But until then, we have to work. And and this is just my opinion. Everybody else's opinion may not be the same, but to me, it was just like, this man looks, if I was to just judge from the outside looking in, especially not as a black person, I would say he looks lazy. Like this is some lazy shit. This is exactly what we've been talking about them, and that's why we'll never put them in a leadership position.
But okay then. But do you believe? Now I hate to go there, but do you believe my brother's key keeper? Do you believe in that analogy or that phrase?
Yes, but I also believe that my behavior can compromise a whole group of people as well. You get what I'm saying? So therefore, we all are responsible as being our brother's keeper, and what he did was negligent to the Black community. You get what I'm saying? So therefore, he's weak, and he looks weak, and that's just what it is. So sometimes you have to have tough love, and I understand exactly what you're saying. Like, I put, for years had people work for me, and they went through things and they would cry, and in our private time, and I would try to support them as much as I can. But we wasn't doing that in the public when when there's work to do, and saying we don't want to come back on break. Like, no. So yes, I do believe in my brother's keeper, but I do believe that a brother can also.
Where'd she go?
Your mic
What
went out,
happened?
Kimo.
Yeah. What was the last thing you said? Well, I guess it's over with now.
I actually said, what I said was, I believe in my brother's keeper, but I believe that a brother can compromise everybody. So therefore, it might sound cruel, but sometimes that type of behavior needs discipline. And I feel like this is one of those situations where we don't have time for to baby him, because it was uncalled for, and it's damaging.
Okay. Well, let me say that's why I said about leadership. That's why I was questioning DJ Torch about the issue about leadership and what is leadership, what constitutes leadership. And let me address somebody. If I do a video with this guy, property disrespectful, are you going to watch that? Or are you just going to poo-poo on that? I'm just saying. But anyway, y'all.
The guy who's in the video, or you doing a video with somebody else? Who is the person?
No. I'm gonna try to contact the guy, and I'm gonna try to have an interview with the said guy. And if people like property disrespectful want to sit there and be disrespectful, then I want to know what he's gonna say next if I help that brother out.
I would support you. I mean, to watch the video, but I would still stand. My stance is still the same, because the harm is done. But because you're doing the video, I would support you.
No, I'm not asking for I'm not asking for support. I'm just talking about somebody like property disrespectful who said I ain't gonna do this and that. I'm just saying. But
DJ, can I ask you a question? After he finished.
Okay.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to clarify something, because I meant, when I asked you, did you believe that Black men should be in leadership positions? And I wanted to know collectively, do you think that if you asked Black men, do they think that Black women, do they think that Black men are supposed to lead Black women collectively? Do you think that they would say yes?
They would say it.
But but my point is, what I'm trying to tell you, and he said that you don't know the mind of a man, you would have to be a man. But I'm saying as a collective, not individually, like not someone that is in, like, you running your household or your home. I would say, I was saying collectively, and I was saying that Black men do not feel it in their heart. They do not feel as though, or they do not want to.
But you can't get laid. You can't get laid. I hear what you're saying, and I know what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying, but I'm telling you what, I'm just answering your question, is that whether or not they know how to lead or not, it's kind of like somebody saying, do you want to be the quarterback of the team? And, when you're a little kid, it's like, yeah, I want to be the quarterback of the team, even though you're not qualified to be the quarterback of the team. And they sincerely mean it. They're just not qualified. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. I feel you.
So I sincerely believe that they sincerely believe they can be leaders. But it's just unrealistic that they could be leaders if they did work to be leaders, but they aren't leaders until they do that work. And they haven't done it. So yeah, they will say it off the cuff. They will believe they will be a leader, and you can't get laid. They will act all bossy and but be all. They will act all bossy, but they will be all unorganized. They won't pay the bills on time and still think they're the leaders. They'll lose the mortgage on the house. They'll lose the house, still think they're the leaders, but they will think they're a leader. They will truly think they are a leader. I've seen this happen before, like from the very little thing of thinking that somebody can do a certain job that they can't, to the point where they think they can be a husband, but they go sneaking out and they're cheating on their wife, but they still think they're the leader of the house. That kind of stuff. So I feel you. I totally understand what you're saying. What you're trying to say is that, do they really truly believe that they are leaders when they are not? And they truly believe it. It's kind of like, let's say somebody is, let's say somebody's sexist. They say sexist thing all the time. There's nothing that you could say that there's no defense they have for being sexist. But if you ask them if they're sexist, they'll go, "No, hell no, I'm not sexist." Does that make your point?
Yeah, kind of, but okay. So I understand what that's all I had to ask. I mean, that's all.
It was a good question. It was a very good question.
Okay. All right, y'all have a nice night.
Okay, you can't get laid. By the way, everybody, You Can't Get Laid has a channel. Please like and subscribe.
This is my last question, and I'm gonna drop down. I guess I'll leave it as something maybe you can carry on to the next day and give people something to think about. Do you think Black men is at a point where they're ready to throw in a white flag?
No.
Okay.
It's Camel. It's for the same reason that that You Can't Get Laid was asking the question about leadership. I believe we are in a state of denial.
But I mean, like outside of the denial, so other than the fact that their pride would be involved, do you think that they would rather just say, you know what, we tired of the situation, you one white man, and just leave, you know what I'm saying, just do whatever it is that you got to do?
I believe we've already done that.
Okay.
I think it really got reinforced when the Pearly things happened. Usually back in the day, I think what would have happened if somebody got exposed as, not being too cool, or being, bigoted, that person is through. They're done.
Uh-huh.
I mean, they would get no support from the community. But that's right. As you can see, that's not the same anymore.
I mean, more wealthier people have been counseled for, and they had way more, like the Papa John's guy. And I mean, if you just say anything like the N-word, and if it sounds like the N-word, matter of fact, there's a lobster fisher on here, and it's going around because it's kind of funny. And there's a word, I think it's Igor, and it got something to do with lobster. But because he was speaking so fast, it sounded like he said, the word.
Right.
And he had to come back explaining something. Was like, no, I didn't. That's not what I said, and explain it. But you're right. But thank you, everybody. It was good. This was a great conversation. Can't wait till the next time. But thanks for having me.
Thank you, Camo.
Thank you, Camo. This is a perfect time to wrap this up. We'll go to Maya for last words. Okay, she must be doing something. All right, Prism, thoughts on tonight's excitement?
Well, I think you guys are awesome. I love hearing the conversation and stuff. I just don't like dishonest people. I'm pretty straightforward and blunt about everything I say, and I don't have any filters, and honestly, like I said, if you're my people, I'm gonna protect my people. And if, like I said, Torch, if he had any good intentions, just like anybody else, when we see somebody in need, like when I did not know who Jessica was, Kevin Samuels, average at best, I researched her and found her so I could find out how I could help her. That's how you do things. You move in silence and take care of people to make sure that they're okay. That's how you take care of other people. You don't have to come to a panel. I didn't have to go looking for Kevin Samuels or anything like that. Not that I would have anyway, but I mean, that's the way you take care of people. When you hear a need, you go to it. So him coming over here to act like he was correcting you, that was completely out of order. So, but anyway, thanks everybody. You know, I appreciate you. Always a great conversation.
Thank you, Prism. Thank you for your kind words. And you're very welcome. And you're part of the family too, by the way.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that, moderate. Thank you.
Cue it up, DJ.
It is queued and ready to go. All right, I'm gonna kick out some shout outs in the house. Money work. Southern Bell, Monica, Properly Disrespectful, Miss RZ, Black Woman Rise, Money work. Carla, Prism, MJ Freestyle, Money work. Scott Haywood. Dormir en algún lugar, un lugar para trabajar. Y si no hay, pues emigrar. Creative Solutions. Conscious Mind Love. Anderson Goldman. Funny, pasa verdadero. Si tienen lo verde, siempre llegará primero. Pero ya sabemos antes o después. Solo a lo suyo, que Dios te lo ve. Que por más que tarde lo veré caer. Somos más lo bueno y tenemos fe. El dinero ya lo veré. Lo vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré. De dónde vengo ni cómo fue. Money work. Ayo Dele. I think I got it that time. El mundo quiere dinero. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Vaughn. Money work. Yo digo las cosas como son. No quiero ninguna aceptación. Tampoco vengo a pedir perdón porque mis sentimientos se volvieron la canción. Yeah. No me vale mucho como tú me ves. Sabes, tú me llegas solo a los pies. Para mí ser grande es un interés. Ser un buen humano para mí es un deber. Jenny B. Jen J. Mi alma lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré. De dónde vengo ni cómo fue. Money work. Yeah. El mundo quiere dinero. Yeah. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Yeah. Money work. Corazón, de corazón. La plata no te hace ser feliz. Que de corazón, La plata no te hace ser feliz. All right, everybody, don't forget to hit the like on the way out. Work. El mundo quiere dinero. Yeah. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Money work. Good night, everybody. Enjoy your evening. Have some fun.